Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known as Ron. And we appreciate you being here. We're going to stream some eveonline. So without further ado, let's get transitioned over here. I'm trying to get my dailies done as I have one day left to collect the ultimate prize. So can't let that go. So I've got a level 4 distribution agent here. I'm already fleeted up with Kragan. So we'll accept this bad boy, get it knocked out here quick. No, I don't want to view the mission. So anyway, how is everyone? Hope this stream finds everybody well. I don't know why my ad announcement is still on there. I just want that skin. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. I can't believe you banged out all those points last night. Or in your case this morning. That's pretty awesome. So, get my chair situated here. Still haven't brought the throne up yet. No. I was gonna do it before the stream, but I just lost track of time. Lost track of time. No throne. It's still downstairs. It's super heavy. So bringing it upstairs is kind of a momentous feat, especially by myself. Pretty sure I can throw it on my shoulder and get it up here, though the stairway ceiling is pretty low. So I'm not sure if I'd catch it or not. We've got a lot of ceiling fans downstairs for moving the air around. So I want to make sure I don't catch those. But yeah, so I was planning on bringing it up before the stream, but it is super heavy. It's actually heavier than the desk. So the desk was actually quite a bit lighter. So I think they learned their lesson after the throne and made the desk. The desk is thinner, so where the throne is much, much thicker. And so, but yeah, I was going to try the throne, so maybe I'll try it tomorrow. We won't have any pop-ins from the wife today. She is in Manila. So she is meeting with our architect, getting all the paperwork from him. In fact, she should be meeting with him right now. Morning, Millen. Good to see ya. And she's going to go see her sister, one of her sisters. She's actually at the sister's house already. She's going to go to the other sister's house. And then I think she's going to stop by our other property because the yearly personal property tax has to be paid. So she's going to stop by and get that paid. I think it's due May 1st, which is tomorrow. And I think if you pay it early, you get a pretty big discount. So she wants to try and pay it early. But yeah, so there won't be any pop-ins from her today. I do have Abigail sitting here behind me, but she is in a very sleepy mood for some reason today. Not at all in the mood. So yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on with her today, but.
Permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right. Well, this should give us what we need to complete. Two, 1. Security. All security. Complete. Split it. And voila. Now if we go in here. Rewards. There's the 500,000. 10,000, and then the 150,000 and the 75,000 skill points. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to set him back to Eugene. Get him taken care of. Actually, I think I'm going to switch over here to Kragan. Ooh. Alright, so we're over here on Kragan now, and I'm just going to pay. I'm going to pay for his. Whoops. I'll tell you, some days, I don't know how I manage to do anything. So let's do this one. Complete. Voila. And that gives me my 150,000 as well. Nothing like getting it done on the last day. JKT, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah, nothing like getting it done on the last day. So, all right, let's switch back to Falstaff since he's out here floating in space. He's out here floating in space.
Warp drive active.
He's out here floating in space. So Millen, JKT, how you guys doing today? Good to see both of you. Good to see Jackson. Though Jackson's probably going to fall asleep on us here in a minute.
Warp drive active.
Pretty good. Hope you're good as well. I am fantastic. I am living the dream. Loving my retirement so far. All 3 weeks of it. Apply.
Skill training completed.
Love it, love it, love it, love it when plans come together.
Warp drive active.
Research lab, I think. You know what? No, let's. Nope, can't do that. Let's dock at this one and see if we can build here. If we can build here, I'm gonna try and build some of these blueprints. So can't fit my crystals on my miners for some reason. That's weird. No problem, Jackson. Not sleeping. Yeah, okay. Okay, I believe you. I believe you. So, Millen, check and make sure they're tier 2 miners. If they're tier 1 miners, they won't let the crystals go on. They got to be tier 2s to take the crystal. What else? I think that's about it. Other than that, they should take it. So, I've tried to put the crystals on a tier 1 before, and yeah, that didn't work out well. So, oh, weird. Had to put the crystals in the ship first, then move them. See, that's weird. Huh. That is weird. That is weird. All right, so there is industry here. All right, all these are in Venoland. So, manufacturing jobs, science jobs, reaction jobs. So it does look like, let's do facilities. Let's go to facilities. This one's in a Matin, so why are you not showing me a Matin? Oh, invention. There are no invention here. Come on. So yes, so this one does do manufacture. So we should be able to bring those blueprints here and get them manufactured. Awesome sauce. But yeah, well, it's okay now. There you go. Yep. I knew what you meant by mini glasses. I had to read it twice, but I got it.
Drive active.
So yeah, we'll go pick up this blueprint and we'll come back here and we'll build this drifter wormhole filament. So that way we can actually get that one taken care of. So Jackson, I'm curious, did you do the relic sites or are you strictly doing the mining and building
Drive active.
manufacture? Mining and building. Okay. And you got 800 points? God, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Docking permission.
Well, then, heck, I may just do that.
Accepted.
Yeah, because the mining, that's no problem. And now that I found a place to build them. Alright, let's go to item hanger. Let's take this. Oh, of course not. Cancel. Really, that's all? Huh. Oh, I bet you they're in the Helios. They are. They are. I hate when I leave stuff in ships. Only downside is that filaments take over an hour to build. Yep, that's what I thought. Someone else had told me that, and so let's select all. Throw these here. All right, let's go back to the ship hangar. Board. Item hanger. I don't know what all these things are, but I'm gonna take them. Clear starburst. It looks like we do have some fireworks here. We'll have to use those the next time Kickin' falls asleep on us. Amps take 13 minutes. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, you got to build the. So is it always the filament, or does it switch to other things? I guess I'll build the filament, and we'll see.
Warp drive active.
So there is no mining sites here, and there's no mining sites in the Matin, so I'll have to find another mining site. It's always 2 items. Okay. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I like it. Or 1 of each. Okay. All right, so let's dock here. We'll drop these off.
Warp drive active.
I think this is the only place to build around here. Really don't like using a player station because they might get conquered. So I fell in love with a new ship. I'm hoping to be able to buy it soon. Which ship is that, Millen? Maybe it's one of the ones I build. If so, you'll already have it.
Docking
The
request
Confessor.
accepted.
No, I don't build that one. Don't build that one, but it sounds cool. Sounds cool. MR Tactical Destroyer. Woof. Tier 3. Very nice. Very nice. 9 to 5 reduction to scam probes. 33 bonus on all armor resistance. 33 reduction ship signature radius. Afterburner, micro warp drive, ship inertial. Small energy turret. I'm not an energy turret guy, but hostile sensor disarmers and weapon disruptors. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Let's put these here. And let's... Oh, there's no reprocess. So it doesn't have reprocessing. Talk about kick in the head. Alright, so let's go to the other one. Anarchos is flying it on his stream and it looks badass, and I love laser ships. See, I'm not a big laser ship guy, but if Anarchos is flying it, it must be pretty badass. Alright, let's dock at this guy. Since for some reason they disabled reprocessing on the player station, and I can't build on the NPC station, so great boat for lasers. Those tier 3s, they're so expensive. I have a Tengu, and I hate flying it because I'm always afraid of losing it because I can't replace it.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Supposedly the best ship I have, and I'm always scared to fly it. Afraid somebody will target me on purpose just because it's a Tengu. Reprocess. Alright. 69.6. That's fine. I gotta take whatever it can give me. Alright. I'm in a Matins right now, so yeah, not all POSs have reprocessing, so that's what just happened. Is the one that I found that can build has reprocessing disabled, so it either doesn't have it or they disabled it on purpose. So, but yes, I am in a Matins right now, so because that is the closest place I found that I can build something. So I'm going to try and build one of these filaments so that I can move my storyline or my event missions along. I did the mining,
Docking request accepted.
but the haven't built the filament yet. So because I do reprocessing, compression, and manufacturing, and Halley 2 jumps out. Okay. Well, I may have to check that out. Thank you for that. Yeah, I found there's a POS here that does the building, so, and I'm just in Ufine, 1 jump over, so let's put this over here, and then let's see if we can build. So we want to build a filament. I don't think it matters which one. And current station. Let's do that. There we go. All right. Hour and 26 minutes. Bingo bongo. Take care of that. Let's see. So no, I guess it's going to wait until it actually gets manufactured. Awesome. Okay, cool. All right, so we may as well go back then and do some scans. So, Xsense and Halley. Okay, I'll check it out. I had checked everything that was in one jump of Ufine, and this was all I found.
Warp drive active.
I've definitely got enough of the event minerals to build stuff for quite a while, so. I mined with Jerry Can the other day for a long time. Federal freight, ergonomic. Let's stock up.
Warp drive active.
2 signatures here, so we'll check them out. There's only 2 people here.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right, let's switch over to our scanning ship. Oop, ship hangar. So yeah, so we'll scan these signatures down while we're waiting on the filament to build. All right, so let's find a planet to hide behind. I must confess, the Confessor is a great ship. Yeah, it looks like it. I may have to look into building it. I don't know what the tier 3s take. I've never built a tier 3. So I've got all the skills. No, I don't. I'm short on skills? What? Optimized nano engines, warfare, metafillerine, plating. I don't have any of these. Starship tech I have. But that's it. I don't have any of those. And still, that's not too bad. But I do need more skills before I could build it. Which is quite interesting. Advanced small ship construction. Be damned. I'll be damned. All right, let's see what we got. One day. Throw that baby at the top. 7 days. That's still less. 19 days is still less as well. Oh. All right. Got it. There he is, Elo chap. Good to see you, Manta. Good to see ya. Hello, chap. That's what he's saying. Hello, chap. I got it. All right. Let's scan down some signatures while we're waiting for this filament to build. Alright. Somebody's messaging me. That one. Alright. Come on. Wormhole. I tell you, when I'm looking for wormholes, I can't find them. I'm not looking for them. They're all over the place. Bingo bongo. Actually, that one's going to be further away. Let's try that one. See if this is the right one. Probably too small. Manta, how you doing today? That's a combat site. All right, well, that was a waste. All right, so let's go here. Let's go here. Home, exploration, cosmic signatures. So Fiend has 2, which we just did. Matins has 1. Not a whole lot of signatures today. I guess we'll go to a Matins.
Warp drive active.
Can't complain, but I've been doing some Ishtar spinning. Now off back to high sec to update some research jobs. Steady away. There you go. That's it. Steady and sure. Always wins. Always wins. Can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that. Alright, so there's one here in the Matins. Let's check it out.
Warp drive active.
No. Nice try. Nice try. Nice try. Ooh, man. Right on the money. Right on the money. Kind of awkward keeping the BPO collection NPC station high sec, but I've been burned before keeping it in player. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Was I just put all my filament ones in a player station, and that's kind of risky. So, but I got them from Relic sites, so I figure worst case scenario I'm gonna go get them again. But yes, that's kind of risky because sometimes the player stations get conquered and you lose everything, or they decide just to take them from you. They say, hey, this guy's got a lot of nice crap in here. Let's shut down the station and take all this crap. Not a darn thing you can do about it. So yeah, I usually avoid the player stations, but yeah, this one was unfortunately it was the only thing within one jump that would allow me to build. So I'm just trying to get these filaments done. Hey, it's a relic site. Check that out. What's the chance of that? So yeah, I've been burned by that as well, so I understand completely. Understand completely. $57. Come on. Reckoning site. Even better. Alright, let's see if anybody's here.
Warp drive active.
See if anybody's here. Claim reward. Nobody's here. I love it. Roach. We can get this one hacked up. Alright, so it says I've reconnected. Sorry. But of course, my Eve dropped. And so it begins. 42 minutes in. So can you guys hear me? Sorry about that. This damn internet's really driving me crazy. Excellent. Thanks, JKT. Yeah, I gotta find some way to
Connecting.
con Starlink into letting me buy it. There's gotta be something. Alright, so I'm back. And nobody else came while I was gone, so that's good, I guess. See if we can hack it quick before I lose connection again. Okay. Excellent. All right. Let's see if we can get this one before it drops me again. Black screen. Ah, sorry. I hate when it does that. That's weird. So it's got Falstaff on the wrong one. So I don't know. That's all right. We'll work it out. Thanks for letting me know, JKT. Shows how well I was paying attention. I was looking at the chat. But... Go on. Back in there. Get back in there. get the last one. Heard the sounds of the hack game. Oh, there you go. So you heard the sounds but didn't see the screen. Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. Yeah, it's weird. The one that's tied to Falstaff is actually showing black screen, so it's on the Kragan one. So yeah, never a dull moment here. Oh, I guess I should probably put the afterburner on, huh? Or the micro warp drive, duh. Never a dull moment. Drifter in, drifter in. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Said there's some minerals here. Oh, no, there's no minerals. To all. Ruined sleeper, customs office. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's weird. When I look around, I see stuff. What's that? Yeah, doesn't give me nothing. For that. Yep. Alright. So we got that. Let's go to industry. See how long our job's got. $107. We've only been going 20 minutes? That's kind of crazy. I thought it was longer than that. Alright. Let's see who's next. Oh, that's right. I disconnected. Alright, so Bear Eyes got 2 signatures. 1, 1, 2, 2. Let's go here. Jackson is offline.
Active.
Jackson is offline, so he must have fell asleep. Two here. Let's find us a nice planet.
Warp drive active.
7 people. Oof. So yeah, Jackson must have fell asleep, which is okay. He earned it. And kind of burning the candle at both ends, so. That's a combat site, which I don't care about. We'll scan it down just so we have it. The problem is with these disconnects, it really doesn't matter whether I scan it down or not, because when I disconnect, it ends up losing it. So I'm going to try and only run one client and see if that helps. Right now I've only got Falstaff connected, so I wonder if it's Eve that's actually causing the problems and not the stream. In which case I may need to tone Eve down some to see if I can use less bandwidth on it. There's a wormhole. Awesome. Not what I wanted. But okay. Yeah, if I end up with one client being able to do it, then I'll just connect the two clients when I need to and then just play one client at a time. Except on our mining events and stuff. Alright. Pick you guys up. Hallie's got one signature, two signatures. Let's go here.
Warp drive active.
Alright, says I'm back. Can you guys hear me? So even with one Eve client, it's still causing a problem, so. Thanks, Millen. Appreciate it. This is getting old. This is getting old. Thanks, JKT. I think I need to tell OBS to limit. So I'm actually doing something where I'm telling Twitch what's going on. So Twitch can suggest to me what I should do. But it's actually doing way above the bandwidth I normally do. So. Yeah, so maybe that's causing the problem if I lower it. Because it's doing a large bandwidth. Though I did make it 40 minutes before I had any problems. And that was with 2 clients. So it's all kind of trial and error. Figure out what works with the current internet. Till I get Starlink. Unfortunately, Starlink's kind of giving me the runaround. So only place in the Philippines that is sold out is Manila and the surrounding area. I'm in the province just south of Manila. And the sold out section extends just to my area. Which is a little frustrating. But they love it. That's kind of the way it works. It's kind of the way it works. So now I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can go to another area and buy the kit, the Starlink kit, and install it and that way kind of get on. They try to avoid making you do that because then it overloads what they have, but I'm sure one little person like me is probably not going to overload it, but if everybody did that, it probably would. The problem is I'm willing to bet that when you buy it, and so they say here in some of the malls, you can actually get the Starlink kits. Not any of the malls in Manila, unfortunately, but some of the malls. And so we're thinking that maybe we'll travel to another area and pick it up. But so far, no go. See if we can do this one. So, but yeah, if that works. But most likely they're going to ask you for an address, and my address is here. We don't have anybody outside of Manila. She has two sisters that live in Manila, and then her brother lives here in Batangas with us. And so, which unfortunately is still close enough to Manila, it's considered Manila. So, for Starlink purposes. So, alright, so neither one of those. Actually, let's go ahead and do the data site just for kicks. Nobody's doing it.
Active.
What level is it? Level 1. Just for something to do. All right. Nobody's here. Take that. There it is. All right, alignment sensor, not bad. All right, let's check this one out. Does anyone have any need of Tyrannite? Got 300 units, want to get rid of. Yeah, no, I've got a ton of it myself. You might say something, actually Jackson is probably gone, but I was going to say Jackson might want it. And I was thinking Blue-Gray. Blue-Gray was looking for some earlier as well. That's nice. There we go. Alright, micro jump drive. Cool, cool. Alright. Alright, who's next? Exploration, cosmic signatures. Zero cell, we did at one signature, two signatures. Let's go to Hallie. Two signatures. You fiend, 4 signatures. Wasn't 4 signatures when I was there earlier. Let's go there. There were 2 when I was there earlier.
Warp drive.
That's Caden Voss. I'll ask him later then. Yeah. Yeah, if he's he was one that was looking for some. Like I said, Jackson, that's how he's been doing all the events, though. I think he's pretty well done. Get 845, so he's only got about 200 more he's gonna get. That he's been doing, yeah, he did them all by the mining and the building the filaments. Which is kind of interesting, because no signatures. Okay, I like it. Don't get distracted, because I'm pretty sure I already scanned that one. Yeah, we'll get these taken down. Who's talking to me? Oh, my wife is talking to me. So it looks like my wife met with the architect. She's on her way. Excellent. She's making good time.
Warp drive.
She's making good time. Trying to learn my Tagalog. She's speaking to him in Tagalog, so I'm trying to learn my Tagalog. So that's always good. All right, so we've got a couple marked. That's my random spot in Eugene, so. He's in Discord? Okay. I was wondering, I was getting messages from somewhere, so. Blue-gray, yep. I see him. Yep, kind of late for me. Yeah, it is kind of late for him. It is kind of late for him. Actually, almost 11 p.m. for him, so. But thanks, Jerry Can. Appreciate it. I heard messages and I couldn't find them. Well, thanks for that. All right, there's that one. Actually getting pretty good at this scanning. Getting pretty good at this scanning. Nothing like a good event to help you get your scanning on. Work out your scanning kinks. Practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect. DC. Thanks, Millen. Ooh, a relic site. Now, is it an event relic site? Let's see. So, oh, that's what you're looking for. Discord, sorry. I'll have to add that. All right, looks like I'm back. Can you see me? Yeah, I still didn't join your Discord yet. Yeah, no worries. I understand. Believe me. It's all good. All good. So that one didn't disconnect Eve. But the stream took a hit. So that's a reckoning site. So let's go to it right now. And let's pick these guys up. And let's go to it just in case I get disconnected.
Warp drive active.
Nobody here. Nobody here. Jerry Can, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, I had heard the messages. I just couldn't figure out where they were coming from. I had some Facebook messages from my wife was talking to the architect, and so I thought that was them. So thanks, Jerry Can. Way to cover us. I'm too busy disconnecting. Which is getting really old. Though I think I know what's causing it today. Well, I think I know what's causing it today. I can't be sure. Yesterday I was convinced it was Eve. Now I'm not so sure. Oh, come on, man. I'll take that. All right, it says I'm reconnected. Can you guys hear me? This is getting really old. Really, really, really old. So Blossom will have to verify you. So let me see if she's still out there. Sorry about that. She might be around. Yep, says she's around. I just messaged her. Enicham. Thanks for the enicham. Have I pronounced that right? If I didn't pronounce it right, let me know. But thanks for confirming. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to stop the stream to change the settings to keep it from overloading, but I'm not sure that's gonna fix it, but it might make it happen less. So we've already had it happen more today than we did yesterday. So and we're only an hour and 13 minutes in, so that's not a good sign. So something's definitely going on. So but it's weird. We went 45 minutes before we had any problems. So I don't know what's going on there either. So, but I'm pretty sure this site probably blew up. So did you change it to 720? I did not. I actually changed it to something that Twitch recommended to try and verify. He's taking care of you, Millen. Yeah, I haven't figured out how to change it to the 420 or the 720 yet, to be honest. So but yeah, so that node blew up. It looks like I wasn't there when it blew up, so that was kind of good. But no, I switched it. Twitch had something that it recommended. It said, hey, put this on so we can tell you what settings you should use. And so I put that on in hopes that Twitch would actually help me out. Heaven forbid. They've never helped me out before. I don't know why today would be different, but you know. All right, come on. Face it. There you go. All right, now. I just can't believe nobody came along. Yeah. Yeah, what the hell, man? It won't let me because that's there. It's right there. No, it's not. How can it be one? Oh, that one's there. It's there. Crap. God. What good does that do? It's here somewhere. We don't play Arc. Jerry Cam plays Arc, though it is one I have. I've kind of thought about. Haven't played it in quite a while. But yeah, Jerry Cam plays Ark. So that's why we have it on there. I'm going to add a Star Sector one on there soon because that's one that I play as well. So I'm going to plan to start streaming. So, but yeah, Ark is one we've been talking about. So, oops, I guess I should probably switch you guys over to full staff. Duh. Instead of looking at the pores on my face. Oh, I forgot to turn the micro warp drive off again. Tell you, some days it's a wonder I get out of bed. Something blew up. This one. Unfortunately, because the one blew up, I'm screwed. So, but that's all right. Let's yeah, let's pilot ourselves away from this. There we go. All right, let's bring this back up. There we go. I think we scanned these down 4 times now. But yeah, so we so she did. Oh, so she did get you verified. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, Blossom is my admin, so I consider, yeah, the Arc channel that's kind of Jerry Can's channel. So I may join him here. We've been talking about branching out and doing some other games. Arc's a really good one. I always enjoyed Arc. I always enjoyed Arc, so yeah, that's the wormhole. Let's scan this down quick. All right, so there's that one. This analyzed down, see if we got any more. Yeah, so it looks like you just missed him, unfortunately. You could try and private message him. Oh, headache. Done that already. Okay, cool. So you're playing Baldur's Gate. Yeah, so Jerry Can's playing Baldur's Gate 3. Another wormhole. Well, that kind of sucks. Which I'm waiting for it to go on sale. Major sale. Because I'm cheap. I'm way cheap. I have 300 and some games on Steam. But I usually, I don't spend a whole lot for them. So, StreetCornerBecky, good to see you. Last game I played full price for. Great game. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I very rarely pay full price, but it is one that I have been considering. Because it is worth it, or it would be worth it. From what I've seen, it's definitely would be worth it, so. And that would be another one that'd be good to stream, so. It was just a sale a while back for 45 bucks. They just did a major update. I don't see it going down a lot. Yeah. 45 is even a little bit out of what I call my price range, but you're right. I probably should have taken it when it came to that, because that was probably as close of a discount as I'm going to get. So, exploration, cosmic signatures. You fiend, we got 7 signatures. Yeah, I'm not going there. 2 signatures in Alice, 2 in Atlantis, 5. Let's go here. 5 signatures there. We'll see what's in later bumps on our rise down. Because they are fully equipped. Yeah, just make sure you keep the character's clothes on for stream. Yeah. That probably wouldn't be so good, huh? Yeah, I don't want to get banned over something like that. But that would probably be my luck. 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 Alright, no signatures here, nothing to worry about, so let's go on.
Warp drive active.
Watching you for a break from PvP streams. Appreciate it. You're always welcome. Always welcome. I PvP like crap. So. In fact, many of them have offered to teach me, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think it would help, to be perfectly honest. Just not a really good PvPer. Unfortunately, I'm disconnecting a lot this morning, so that's kind of sucking, so. Best way to get a taste of PvP is faction warfare. Yeah, I have to try that. You mentioned that before, Dracborne. Good to see you this morning, or this evening for you, so. I'm mostly an F1 monkey. There you go. All right. Lots of signatures. What do you want to bet? None of them are what I'm looking for. But for me, it's about hanging out. Yeah, that's what I kind of enjoy. So, got to use my Redeemer earlier, but no kills. Ended up getting a 1 billion pod kill in my claw, though. Well, that's good. Can't beat that. Can't beat that. That's the other reason I think a lot of them PvP is because it's very profitable. So, which I can agree with. It is very profitable. That's a combat site. Not really what I'm looking for, but we'll scan her down just so we have her. Shame implants don't drop. Yeah, exactly. I don't get the 1 billion, but Z kill, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, but you probably still made a pretty good chunk of change. Depending on what kind of equipment they had and what kind of cargo they were carrying. So if implants dropped, that would be game changing. Yeah, you're not kidding. Yeah, you should be able to go through them, at least get some salvage from it, you know. Like what do they call that? Post mortem, you know. grab the body, rip everything out of it that's important, and you know, move on with your life. So, looks like you tried to put a link. Hold on, let me make you a VIP. Community roles manager. Corner. Oh, no results. I got it spelled wrong. Becky. No, you're good. You're good. Huh, that's weird. Is it not finding you? Am I disconnected again, maybe? StreetCornerBecky. Caps. Come on. Too many windows up. It's still not finding you. That is really weird. Okay, now it's not finding anybody. All right, something ain't right. It is not finding you. That is totally weird. $2013. Yeah. No. Now the question is, how do I get it? That one is really weird. I don't know why it's not finding you. It's not finding anybody with street. Something's bad. Something's going weird here. Manager. Followers list. There we go. If I follow it on followers list. I'm sure you're in here. It'd be nice if it alphabetized it. There's StreetCornerBecky. Alright. So it shows you there. Why won't it let me add you? That is totally weird. Totally weird. I have no idea. Add new. There we go. Maybe that's why. There it is. All right. Now you should be in. Sorry. I'm an idiot. Like you needed me to tell you that, but so try and post that link again. So oh, see, I didn't realize I could do it that way. Oh, that would have been awesome. Thanks for that. I'll have to try that next time. That would have been a lot easier. Learn something new every day. There you go. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, lots. Yeah, you're right. If it dropped those implants, that would be awesome. That would have been well worth it. Yeah, this is why I hired a mod, is because I'm kind of a moron when it comes to trying to do stuff myself, so. $26 billion. That guy, yeah, had a bad day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is a pretty bad day. It's a pretty bad day. No links is good. Personally, I'd whitelist Eve related ones. Ezekiel, even. Yeah, I probably need to do that. Yeah, because the problem was, and honestly, knock on wood, I have not had a problem with bots in forever, which I really don't know why. I started banning them, and then all of a sudden they just weren't there. So it shows you the implants. Yeah, when in the capsule one. Yeah, it shows the implants. What's this? So low grade snake. Yep, he had the whole set. So yeah, so that was pretty good. See if we can pick off some of these. All right. Good God. We did almost all these signatures, and not a single one's been a relic site yet. Imagine that. Called that from the beginning. Called that from the beginning. I could have swore I had you in there, Dracborne. All right, try it again. Since StreetCornerBecky taught me a new command now. That's way easier than what I've been doing. Way easier. Gotta wait 30 seconds. Well, that sucks. But I could have swore I had you in it as a VIP. Crying out loud. I know you in the real world. When's that ever happen? All right. Yeah. 26 billion pod. There you go. Yeah. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Black market. Oof. Couple black markets, several high grade. Yeah, that's a bad day. That's a really bad day. I think last time you had too many VIPs and couldn't have me. Maybe that was it. Yeah, well, it's weird. Since I added a new mod, it allowed me more VIPs. I think for every mod you have, it gives you, I think, 50 VIPs. So yeah, but I need to go and clean some of them out. Because I have several in there that don't attend the stream anymore, so. Let's go back to here. Yeah, I usually try to at least put the real world people that I know in there. Hey, a relic site. The very last one. Imagine that. What's the chance that nobody else has come across it yet? In a system with 7 signatures. Only 7 people in the system, so. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'll get lucky. Alright. Yeah, it's a regular relic site, so it's not going to do me no good. I suppose we could go to it, though. What the heck? It's a level 2.
Active.
Sleeper relics hacked, so yeah, so it's not going to let me do it unless it's a sleeper relic. There she is. Nothing. Gotta love it. All my commands seem to be slow. I don't know why. What's this? Oh, I got another one. I'll take that 500,000. I'll take that 500,000. Yeah, wow. That one's a really bad day. Oh man, that was too easy. And this one won't be empty. Even though I would have fully expected that one to be empty because it was too easy. Too easy, Drill Sergeant. Too easy. Yeah, talk about bad days. 26 billion. Ouch. Then again, you're going to fly around with implants like that. You got to expect sooner or later it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Yeah, that backfired. Metal scraps. Thanks, man. That was awesome. I'm glad I went to all that trouble for metal scraps. There she is. All right. All right, 3 million so far. All right. All right, let's finish scanning the rest of these. Oh, no, we did scan them all. Cool. All right, we got all our probes. Hey, Nunu, good to see ya. Thanks for being here. 6 signatures.
Warp drive active.
Take that one. And greetings to you from the Philippines, since I am officially moved, as is evident by my crappy internet connection. Though I say that, it's been a half an hour since I got dropped, so I shouldn't probably say that. Actually seems to be working better now, so that final reboot must have did it. So yeah, the move went great. The dog handled things well. She's back here sleeping. Her mom is, my wife, is loving it in the Philippines. Super happy to be home. It is super hot here, but I'm getting used to it. I think I'm getting used to it. I don't know. I'm awful tired, but I think that's probably from the jet lag, the stress of the trip, and the heat. So yeah, I figure that eventually will all even out. Blue ice belt. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff going on here. Yes, it actually did go well. Appreciate that. Was really worried about the dog, but she did really well. So yeah, so super excited by that. Oh, which one of those is further away? It's weird. It doesn't seem like the one I've got highlighted. Oh, it's a relic site. Well, that couldn't have worked out better, because it looks like I'm scanning the wrong signature, but it turns out it's one I'm looking for. So, woo. Sometimes luck works out. Sometimes luck works out. But yeah, the move did go well. Crumbling. It's not the right ones. It's all right. It's a relic site, but it's not the right relic site. Looking for sleeper relics for the event. So, oh, there's another relic site. And that was the one I was originally scanning. So maybe if I'd have stayed on it, I would have got it quicker. Maybe my luck's not as good as I thought it was. That's a reckoning site. So let's go ahead. Let's pull these guys in and let's go get that. See if nobody's there, because I need to complete that. How did you manage it? Just by making the recipes? So. All right, nobody here. I like it. and it's got 4. So if I scan this one, I could actually leave again. Save location. I could leave again. Scan this one, leave again, and maybe be able to come back and do it. That would work. Oh, stop. But yes, the move did go well, so that worked out really well. Thanks for asking about it. Appreciate it. There she is. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to claim this reward, and then I'm going to exit. Let's warp out to this guy.
Warp drive active.
And then we'll come back. Hey, Dark Slider, what's going on, buddy? Working out pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, locations. This guy warped to 0. Alright.
Warp drive active.
Now, I took the chance, so if somebody else came, I may not get it. But we'll give it a try. Been watching more hockey playoffs. I love the hockey playoffs. Love the hockey playoffs. Doesn't get any better than hockey playoffs. Alright. We'll do this one, and then we'll do the other 2, and this will get us right back on track. Excellent. Sometimes things do work out. Sometimes. Lots of explosions. Take that. Man, you're killing me. There she is. Miss America. Alright, claim this reward. Let's lock this guy. Approach. Any good loot in the cool skins? Nope. I just get a bunch of filament blueprints. I got a bunch of filament blueprints and the other blueprints. Which is alright, because I got to build those. In fact, I need to check them. My filament should be done, to be honest, so. Which means I can do another mining, so. I'm having fun doing these relic sites, though. There we go. I take that. Before I call the night, might log in for one more relic roam. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I actually got disconnected several times, and so it ended up costing me one of the nodes, which was frustrating. And so it put me on an odd circle. So come on, approach. There we go. We're headed back. It hasn't happened very many times, but drifting away from them is never a good idea. There it is. That was almost too easy. Almost too easy. 4.7 million in loot. Bunch of points. Where are we at? 395. So another skin. All right, so let's unlock you. Let's go this way. At least you didn't get blown up. Yeah. I shouldn't say that because I'll probably get blown up now, but I don't get blown up very often. Every once in a while. Every once in a while. Let's do this one. I don't know which one was further away, so do this. See what we can track down. But there's still quite a few signatures in this system, so maybe I'll get lucky and find another one. Since it doesn't seem like anybody else is here. Okay, so this is a relic, so let's look at it. Scan it down first. Those the relics are what I want. For some reason, I've been running into a lot of people doing the relic sites in combat ships. Yeah, and I don't get that either. Well, that's a crumbling Serpentis, so that's not going to do anything, so. That's just a regular relic site. It's not going to give me what I need. Let's scan these guys down. With me and my little Astero, yeah. In fact, I actually won an Astero on a Narcos' stream the other day, and I haven't picked it up yet. I need to go pick it up. I think it's in, yeah, I think it's in, what's-his-face. So, yeah, I just need to go pick it up. Let's see if this works. It's probably too small. Yeah, because I lost my Astero several months back. And that was a big hit. That was a big hit. Alright, got that one. So we got a couple normal relic sites that we could do just for kicks. That'll work. Yeah, the Astero is awesome scanning ship. I'm using the Helios here, and it gets the job done. But I always liked my Astero better. But yeah, early on, I attacked the auto Cynthian Lancers in my Astero because I felt like I was invulnerable in that Astero, and they showed me that I was not very quickly. So yeah, so it was like the stupidest loss of an Astero in the history of mankind, because it was like they're pretty much invulnerable anyway. But yeah, I felt like I was king shit in my Astero, and yeah, they went through it like paper. So, but yeah, the Helios is what I've always used, and so. But I think the Astero does give you a little bit more options for defending yourself, where the Helios is super paper. I mean, it's like, you know, wax, not even wax paper. Every time I've been attacked in the Helios, I'm dead before I realized I was being attacked. So, where at least with the Astero, I was able to defend myself for a little bit. Even with the auto Cynthian Lancers, I was able to hold on for a little bit. I was just too stupid to run away. And I thought, nah, I got this. It's an Astero. Like it was a combat ship. Yeah, it was the stupidest thing. So that's the other reason I haven't quite paid to get it back, because it was a pretty stupid way of losing it. And I didn't want to lose it again. So, man, 3 relic sites. All standard relic sites. Well, what the hell. That's a level 2, that's a level 1, that's a level 1. Let's do the level 2 first. It can't hurt.
Warp drive active.
We're already in a relic boat, so may as well. I was using Synesis for exploration, mainly for being tankier in the covert sites. Yep. But now that I have max scan hack skills, I don't fail coverts anymore. Yeah, that makes all the difference. I mean, there are 10 people in this system, and none of them are doing any of these sites. I don't know what's going on. Weird. I was expecting more competition. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad I don't have any more competition, but I didn't recall my drones. Even though I scanned everything down, I forgot to recall my drones. There's another noob move. It's over here. There she is. There she is. Microcircuit control board. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. And Astero is faster in the sights. Yeah, that's where it usually scans them down fast. You got an Astero with sister probes. Makes a big difference. Appreciate it. Thanks. No. No. Save for corporation. Let's do that. All right. Let's hack this baby. Love it when they give me a wrench right off the bat. There it is. There it is. There it is. Come on, approach. There she is. There she is. Up over 7 million. Let's get this last one. I don't know why it's not showing me my ad count. Something's weird. All right, so we've been almost an hour with no drops, so that's pretty good. Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's just this crappy internet. And the randomness of how it works. There she is. $7.1. All right, let's go back here. So this level 1 is still here. Let's go ahead and do it.
Warp drive active.
Might as well. I scanned them all down, right? Might as well. I scanned them all down. At least get some loot out of it. At least get some loot out of it. Actually, I forgot about mine. Alright, so that completed that. Alright, so now what? Emission amplifier limiter manufacturer. Okay, so let's go to blueprints. Emission amplifier. There you go. 11 minutes. Alright, we'll start that one. We'll get points from both sides. There it is. Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, something weird's going on with my chat because it keeps showing the Stream Elements ads banner, even though the ads are done. That's interesting to say the least. There it is. Yes. Coal. Correction. Carbon. Well, that was just awesome. Alright, so let's take care of this last one if it's still here. Oh, there's another signal. Yeah, let's scan that one down. Maybe. It'll actually be a sleeper site. Probably not, but it's worth it. I hate it when a site disappears and I'm scanning it down. Yeah. Actually, that's better than me scanning it all the way down and getting there and somebody's already in it. I hate that worse. I think I went to all the work to find it, and somebody beat me to the punch. Somebody beat me to the punch. But that's the way it works sometimes. Combat site. I haven't done any of the combat sites yet. Alright, so let's gather these up. Let's go do this one. Because maybe if I take it out, it'll generate another one. So, ragtopdriver, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Like the name. Yeah, I like those old school names. Yeah. Not a whole lot of people would get the ragtop reference, so. So we'll scan this last regular relic site down. Alright, build up some strength. That's weird. There it is. I was like, something ain't right here. Something ain't right here. Just us old guys. There you go. There you go. Yeah, just us old guys. That's it. But I like those. Those are classy. Kind of like stick shifts and cursive writing, you know? We're going to ruin a whole generation with stick shifts and cursive writing. I'm here in the Philippines now. My wife and I have retired, and here in the Philippines, the common car, all the default setting for the cars is manual stick. And so it's like, I really am enjoying it. My wife, of course, can't drive it, but I'm enjoying it. And it's weird because their clutches are way nicer than the clutches I'm used to in America. So it's kind of weird. Actually, much easier. It always took me, good, couple drives to get used to the clutch on a car in America. Here, as soon as I get in them, it's like I've been driving them forever. I haven't driven a stick shift in a long time, so it's actually been really nice. So yeah, but yeah, they say that's how we can bring a whole generation to their knees, is by going back to stick shifts and cursive writing. That was weird. There it is. Like it's here somewhere. It's here somewhere. 11 million. Oh, that was a big jump. So that was worth it. Unlock. Close. Very cool. I haven't driven stick in a while. Yeah. Yeah, here that's the default. So we're planning on buying a car, and of course it'll be an automatic for my wife. But the cars that we have now available to us are all stick shifts. So I've been enjoying it. And like I said, it was weird. The one's a 15-passenger van, which I was not real keen on driving, especially here, where everything is much smaller. The roads are not as wide. The parking spaces are nowhere near as big. And I was really afraid of the clutch, because I was like, I remember in America, the clutches were always, it took a while to get it. get used to it. These clutches are just awesome. Like I said, I have been very pleasantly surprised. Been really nice. Almost too easy. There it is. Alright, so that's the end of that site. Stacked out at 11.9. Alright, so let's see if my job is done. I think it probably should be, because it was only 11 minutes. Oh, 1 minute and 46 seconds. Wow, so we only took 10 minutes. That's pretty good. Alright, so let's see what we got here. No new signatures. Alright. Let's see what's next. So, oop. Home, exploration, cosmic signatures. 2 signatures here, 2 signatures there, 5 signatures there. I think I've already been there though. Nah, maybe not. Let's jump through there and see.
Warp drive active.
Let's jump through there and see. So yeah, yeah, I worked in the garage. One of my first jobs was working in the garage. And I remember every single car that came through that was a stick shift. This was back in the 80s. But they, every one, it took me, several minutes, several different driving attempts to get used to the clutch. And it's weird because here it's been, like I said, they're all the same. It's really weird. I've never had that happen. In America, all the cars, the clutch was different on every car. And so whether it was tight, whether it was loose, whether it was, and here, yeah, they've all been the same. So it's been kind of weird. I don't know if it's just because that's their standard, that's the way they do it. So, but yeah, it's been kind of nice. Yeah, I already scanned all these, so I was already here. I probably should have checked that before I came all the way out here, but... Oh, there's a reckoning site. That's a reckoning combat site. Technically, I could go into it and then leave, but yeah, let's not do that. It'll give me a couple points, probably not worth it. Alright, let's see who's next. Avel, Anatolia is where we just came from. Bear Eye, I know we've been to before. Billy, I don't think we've been to yet. Go low sec. So let's see what we got here. Liver bumps we've been to. I don't think it had any signatures, so.
Drive active.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because here in the Philippines, it's like they're 50 years behind America. So it's on some things. On other things, they're ahead of us. So, but yeah, they're all driving stick shift, and there's nothing online. Everything is still a cash economy. So we have to pay our electric bill. In fact, our electric bill is supposed to come today. We have to pay our electric bill in person. No online payment systems. We have to pay our water bill in person, our rent in person. So yeah, so those are all kind of weird. Where I've been spoiled living in America the last, 50 plus years. I talked about it on a previous stream, but where we're at, we're in the province. So we're in San Juan, Batangas province. So Batangas is the province just south of Manila. And so in Manila, you have a lot of convenience, kind of like you would have in America. Not the same. Most stuff is not 24 hours, but still, similar. And, yeah, so I got 2 I can scan down. And so it's kind of funny because here we have like zero convenience, but it's weird because, where we're at in the province. So the closest place to buy like Scotch tape or duct tape or glue or batteries is like 2 hours away. in Lipa, Batangas, which is a major city. And so, but we can buy fresh meat, fresh vegetables. We're here local, within 5 minutes. We can buy drinks and things of that nature, iced tea, Coke, things of that nature. The price is a little higher because we're buying it local, rather than if we went to the actual grocery store in Lipa, and then we could get it cheaper there. But yeah, so that's kind of weird. But we also, it's weird because we have 3 fast food places that are within 5 minutes of us. And I'm like, okay, that's strange because in America, I would have a Walmart before I'd have a McDonald's, you know, because the Walmart's there, the McDonald's usually goes in right next to it, or the Wendy's or whatever. Here, we have the fast food places prior to having the I don't know what you call it, a general store kind of thing. And so it's really strange because it's just a difference in priority. And so yeah, we have a Jollibee, which is a Filipino fast food, kind of like a Filipino McDonald's. We have a McDonald's, which of course everybody's familiar with. And then we have a Kentucky Fried Chicken. And then we also have a pizza place, which I was shocked to see that we had in the Philippines, because when you think of Philippines, you don't think of pizza. And so, but I haven't tried the pizza yet, so I got to try that. But yeah, Jollibee does in California. They have some locations in California. But yeah, so mostly because of the big Filipino presence there, to be honest. But yeah, and I think when we were in Chicago, we also went to a Jollibee. So, but there's also a big Filipino presence there. In fact, that's where, when we were in Kansas City, Chicago was the closest Filipino embassy to us. So that's why we went there. So yeah, sweet hot dog and spaghetti, right? Yeah, everything comes with rice, you know, chicken and rice. You know, they don't have burgers. They have burger steak, which is burger with gravy over rice, which is just as good, you know. But yeah, it's kind of funny. It's just a different. But even the McDonald's doesn't have biscuits. So, but yeah, I'm gonna have to try the pizza. I'm not a huge pizza fan, but I am looking forward to trying figuring out. Okay, what's Filipino pizza look like? You know, and so yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. But yeah, the Jollibee, it's a whole different, whole different thing. And even here, the KFC has a different menu, but it's weird. I ordered the chicken and got the KFC chicken. Tastes just like America's KFC chicken. Like it's the same exact recipe. And I'm like, okay, well that's fantastic. The big difference was, in Kansas City, you would get the big old large mashed potatoes, right? Here the mashed potatoes is like this big. And so we got like 4, 5, 6 of them, And so yeah, so we tried that out, but yeah, I mean, and the mashed potatoes, they tasted the same. It just they were much much smaller, and so. But yeah, I'm gonna have to definitely try the pizza. So yeah, I'm not a huge pizza fan. I'm not a huge barbecue fan, and I lived in Kansas City for 25 years, so I love meat. I'm not a big sauce fan, and so I grew up. My family, I got 8 brothers and sisters, and so I grew up what I would call poor. Um, It probably isn't considered poor when I think of the way my wife grew up, but but the we had spaghetti like every third day, and so I just got so burned out on spaghetti sauce that it was like, yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. And so that's one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of pizza. And then when it came down to sauces, I just wasn't a huge fan of sauces. So the barbecue sauce was kind of the same thing. It's just kind of overwhelming. So, so there's that. That'll help us out a little bit in case we get chumped like we did on the last one. There she is. Much better. Let's open you up. So yeah, so we did a lot of I think what is referred to in the service as shit on a shingle, which was chip beef gravy. So yeah, so any of the gravy sauces, spaghetti sauce as a whole was just like, oh man. I had so much of it as a kid that I was just like, yeah, I'm just not eating anymore. So yeah, so it was weird. In America, I ordered white pizza once and it cost me like $30. And so I was like, as you guys know, I'm cheap to a fault. And so I was like, yeah, I'm not paying $30 for a pizza. But don't get me wrong, it was good. I just was like, yeah, I'm not paying that much for a pizza. Where here, I could probably I could check into the white pizza. But I got to check out the pizza just to see what it's like. Because, yeah, when you think of the Philippines, you definitely don't think pizza. So that's like the furthest thing from my mind when it comes to the Philippines. So there she is. Yeah, that was easier. Stouffer's has a frozen one, yeah. Chip beef, and it's weird because yeah, we had so much chip beef gravy that I haven't, I've kind of avoided it for the last 40 years. But it's weird. I kind of do miss chip beef gravy because I haven't had it. So every once in a while, my wife she likes spaghetti, so every once in a while we'll have spaghetti because it's one of those. It's just I get burned down on it really quick because I had it so much as a kid. And pizza. We never really had pizza as a kid because that cost too much. With 8 brothers and sisters, you couldn't buy enough pizza to feed 12 of us. So yeah, so it was one of those. It was like, yeah, we're not having pizza. I mean, my parents never took us out to dinner. I mean, which was just expected. We just knew that was it. If we went out to dinner, we always went out to a buffet, all you can eat place. Usually, I grew up near the Amish. So I grew up in Pennsylvania, just outside of Lancaster, near the Amish. And so it was always at like an Amish buffet. And so, good God, you guys are killing me. This one. All right, might as well get it over with. But yeah, it was one of those where that was it. So Scrapple, yeah. It's weird. I don't think I had Scrapple once, but it was at a restaurant with my dad. That was the first place I had Scrapple. It was also the first place I had Rocky Mountain oysters, which I really liked until they told me what they were, and I was like, yeah, never mind. But yeah, man, you guys are killing me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Needed that. You guys. Alright, it's gonna be this one. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Nope. Failed twice. Gonna blow up. Run away, run away. Alright, well that sucks. LsDSpaceMan, how's it going, buddy? Good to see ya. But yes, the Rocky Mountain oysters or the testicles. I think of a goat. But yes, not. I mean, they were delicious until they told me what they were, and I was like, yeah, never mind. All right, so now I got to find another site so that I can undo this screw up. That one proved to be a little more difficult than I could do for some reason. But yeah, I had Scrapple at the same place. Yeah, it could be bulls. Yeah, you might be right. Once they said testicle, I kind of quit listening after that. I'm like, yeah, never mind. I told my wife early on. So when the first time I came to the Philippines, I had read the stories that, you know, they pretty much eat anything that moves. Okay? And so I said, you know, I'm probably going to eat things here that I wouldn't normally get. And I said, if I like it, I don't need to know what it is. If I don't like it, I want you to tell me what it is so I don't have it again. And she said, okay. And we had something that was just delicious. And I told her, I said, do I want to know what this is? And she said, you definitely don't want to know what that is. And I was like, it's really good. She said, yeah, you definitely don't want to know what it is. So I'm figuring it was probably dog. Because she knew I was a big dog lover. And, but yeah, it was one of those where she's like, yeah, you definitely don't want to know. So yeah, roll the windows down and eat it. Yeah. They have something here called balut, which is a partially formed duck egg. And it's considered a delicacy. And luckily, my wife is not a fan. So it was not something I was ever asked to try. But yes, balut is definitely gross. And so yeah, so because that was one I was really afraid of because. So when I got here, the first time I got here, you know, my wife's family is very poor. And so pretty much everything they put in front of me, I ate. Because I was like, I don't want to offend anybody. And so yeah, the very first thing, she's an excellent cook, but I don't know if she was nervous or what, but the very first thing she ever made me was burned to a crisp. I mean, just horrible. And I sat there and struggled through it, and I ate it, and she was like, you know, and I finished it, and I guess it impressed the family because they were like, I can't believe he's eating that. And I'm like, and I finished it all. I was like, but then she gave me this really, really sour fruit. I'm not a sour guy, but the Filipinos are very sour. We refer to my wife and I as sweet and sour because I'm definitely the sugar guy, you know? I got to have sugar. And so yeah, so we had this. Oh, there's a new one. But yeah, so yeah, they gave me this fruit that was just horribly, horribly sour. It might have been a durian. I think you're right. I think it's a durian. And oh my God, it was horrible, just horrible. I mean, I couldn't get this down, and I'm struggling through it because I don't want to offend anybody, and I'm eating it. And my wife, before she was my wife, you know, she said, yeah, you sure you don't really need to eat that? And I said, well, you know, I don't want to offend anybody. You know, I know you guys spent money on it. And she's like, no, I'll eat it. And I'm like, and she said, I love it. And I'm like, and she said, but it's obvious you're not enjoying it. And I'm like, no, I'm thinking this is the worst possible thing I could ever eat in my life. And she said, really? Because I think it's like her favorite fruit. And I'm like, yeah, this is horrible. I can't imagine, you know, eating this on purpose. I mean, this is like torture, you know? And she was like, wow, you know? And so, but yeah, it was funny because she ate it and she wolfed it down. She was actually happy to have it. And I was like, yeah, you're welcome to it because this is horrible. But yeah, it was funny. So I told her, yeah, I need to know the name of this. And it's funny. She told me the name. But for the life of me, I can never remember it. I'm just like, yeah, it's that really sour fruit. And they're like, yeah, you're going to have to narrow it down. We got a lot of fruits that are sour. And so, but yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm not a fan of sour at all. And it was just horrible. But yeah, and so yeah, I think it was a durian. I think you're right, Dark Slider. But yeah, and so she loves sour. Sour is her go-to, you know. And so, yeah, she loves pickles. You know, I'm not a pickle fan, you know. And so, pickles on a burger, straight to jail. Yeah, so I'm the same way. It's like, but it works because, you know, like at McDonald's, I never order it without pickles because that's when you get your burger spit on, right? And so I get the burgers with the pickles. I just get the regular cheeseburgers because I'm cheap. And then I give her the pickles. And she's in hog heaven because she's like, oh, thanks, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm like, but yeah, it's just, but this thing was so horrible and I was struggling through it. And she was like, it's obvious you don't like that. And I'm like, yeah, please don't make me eat this. Please don't make me eat this. She's like, and she was like, no, it's like I was doing her a favor because she wolfed it down. Like, and I'm like, yeah, you can have it all. I mean, this is, oh my Lord, you know? And so, yeah, it was funny, but Balut, I tried it twice. First time drunk on the way to Gulf War, second time on the way back home and sober, catching duckbill between the teeth. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just can't even imagine that. I'm just, yeah. And so I was so thankful because that was one of the things I was super worried about was because everybody had told me, yeah, they're gonna want you to do, they're gonna want you to do balut, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think I can do that. They were like, yeah, they're gonna want you to do it, you know, and it's kind of a rite of passage type thing, and I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work. But luckily, she's not a balut fan, so I got out of that one. I've seen it multiple times, but yeah, I just can't imagine. Yeah, that's just. But it's considered a delicacy here. Supposedly, it's a major aphrodisiac, which I'm kind of like, I don't understand at all because it's the last thing I'm thinking about after someone's put that in their mouth. It's like, get away from me. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Different cultures, you know. But yeah, that sour fruit. I think you're right. I think it was a durian. I can never remember the name of it. And oh, but man, that was horrible. I still remember it. It painfully. It was just like, oh my god. I mean, I was thinking this would be like the perfect torture.
Active.
I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just don't make me eat any more of that because it's horrible. But yeah, she was like, I was actually doing her a favor because I think she wanted it, but she didn't want to, take it away from me because, they were trying to be on their best behavior. So I saw the Try channel on YouTube trying durian, and it was a great warning to stay away. Yeah, yeah, I'll have to look at that one. I'll have to do a search on the durian because I'm almost positive that's what it was now that you mention it. I can never remember the name. And oh, but yeah, oh my goodness gracious, that was just horrible. And she loved it. I mean, yeah, like I said, it was like they were giving me, they were giving me their delicacies, since I was the American there, and I was kind of like, oh God, no, please don't make me eat this. But we watched a couple episodes of the 90 Day Fiance, and there was a Filipino guy, and he like refused to eat everything and was offending the family, and so yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. And so I always thought it was jackfruit because that's what my wife says. She said, "Oh, it's jackfruit," and I'm like, "No, I've had jackfruit, and don't get me wrong, it's still sour, but it's not as sour as a durian. Oh my lord." But yeah, it was funny because I was like, "Oh, thank you so much." It was like I would have probably married her right then. I'd only met her like a couple hours, or physically met her a couple hours before, and I was like, "Yeah, you're doing me a huge favor by not making me eat this." So, so thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I was just like, "Oh my lord." But yeah, it was horrible, 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 horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. But yeah, luckily, like I said, I did get away. I haven't had to do Balut because she's not a Balut fan, and so that was good because that's one I don't know. I don't know that I could do that. If that was a rite of passage, I would have probably failed. So And that's what it's several of my friends. So I had a lot of friends that were married to Filipinas, and so they were kind of giving me tips and stuff on this, that, and the other. And I was pretty sure I was going to marry my wife when I came here. That was why I came. And so, thanks, bud. I'll check that out later. I'll check that out later. But yeah, but I was pretty sure I was going to marry her. I'd already been through a couple crazy Filipinas, and I was kind of, and her and I had been talking for a year and a half, and so. But yeah, when she didn't make me eat balut and she didn't make me eat finish the durian, I was kind of like, okay, she's a keeper. Even though she burned, it's funny. She burned the very first meal she ever made me, and I finished every bit of it because when I cook, it's always burned. So burned wasn't a problem. But they were shocked first of all that I ate it because they were like, okay, and I guess that impressed them. And then because they were like, I can't believe he's eating that. And I'm like, yeah, well, I know you guys, you're not well off, so I don't want to offend anybody. And and then of course I was like, okay, well, this is my girlfriend, so I definitely don't want to offend her. But it's funny. That's the only meal she's ever burned in nearly 20 years. Was the very first one she made me. And I told her, I said, it's almost like you did it on purpose just to see if I would finish it. And she said, no, I didn't. She said, in fact, her sister was there, and her sister was like, you're not going to feed him that, are you? And she said, well, yeah, I'm going to feed him that. And so I was like, and so he was like, why didn't you listen to your sister? But I mean, it was fine. It really wasn't that bad, to be honest. But but it was funny because yeah, the it was funny because two wormholes. Because yeah, I finished it all, which like I said, the originally I was going to stay in a hotel. And so then once the family met me and I finished the burnt food and I tried the durian without just turning my nose at it, they were like, "No, we're not going to let you stay in a hotel. You're going to stay here with us." And so I was like, "Okay, cool. Appreciate it. That's going to save me a lot of money." And so yeah, I actually ended up paying all their. I think I mentioned that to you guys before. I paid all their utilities for the month before I was there, the month I was there, and the month after I was there, just to make sure they didn't get hit with any bigger bills. Because they made me. I say they made me, but because I didn't want to use the air conditioner. I didn't want to. Electricity is expensive here, not by American standards, but by Filipino standards, it's the most expensive utility. And so they, of course, the air conditioner uses a lot of electricity, and so they wanted me to use the air conditioner since I was an American, and I'm like, yeah, okay, but I don't want to cost you guys a bunch of utilities, so let me pay for them. And so they finally agreed, but it was funny. I paid for all the utilities for 3 months, and it cost me less than my electric bill for 1 month in America. And that was 3 months of their utilities. So that's when I knew. I was like, you know what? I think this is where I'm gonna retire. So I wonder if Durian is worse than Sir Stroming. I've never heard of Sir Stroming, but yeah, Durian. Oh my goodness gracious! I mean, even thinking about it makes me. It's like holy cow. Yeah, it was. Oh, it was a doozy. And the worst part is, like I said, she was like ecstatic that I didn't want it, so she could have it. Like I said, she kind of wolfed it down, like they bought this special for me, and I was like, "You can have it, every bit of it." I said, "Please don't make me eat this. Please don't make me eat this. It's oh my lord." All right, you guys there? Yeah, I got dropped again. which is funny. I was just saying it's been an hour and a half since the last drop. No, it's not consistent. I don't know what it's doing. So yeah, thank you for that. But of course, Eve bottomed out. So it seems Eve bottoms out before the stream does. So let's switch back over here so you guys get to see my big old pretty face. And we'll see if we can get Eve to come back up. But yeah, so the dried, I don't know how much you heard of that before it cut out, but yeah, they have something here called dried fish, which they dry it and then they refry it. I don't know if they fry it first and then dry it. I think they just dry it. And then they fry it in oil. And oh my goodness, the smell is atrocious. But it's funny. My wife had this Filipina group that she kind of hung out with. Good morning, USA for the win. Good to see ya. My wife had this Filipina group she hung out with where we first lived in Lee Summit, which is south of Kansas City. And they had told me early on, they were like, the worse it smells, the better it tastes. And so, thanks for the follow, USA for the win. Appreciate it. I don't know why I'm not hearing that. Probably because I'm on the intermission screen. That's probably why. I bet you I don't have it set up for there. So, but let me grab some coffee and come see what this is about. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Wait, dried and then fried. Yeah, so they dry it, and that's how they store it. And so they'll actually freeze it while it's dried. And then and then when they actually want to eat it, they fry it. And so, were my drones out? Doesn't look like they were. Nope, I don't think they were. All right, so let's go ahead and launch these, and we'll start scanning these down again. But yeah, so they dry. It's dried in order to store it, and then, like I said, it's also in order to send it to America. They freeze it. Oh, JKT, sorry. Let me add you. All right, you can try again. I think it's going to make you wait 30 seconds, but once your 30 seconds is up, you can try again. Sorry about that. You got to be a VIP to put links in. So I just added you as a VIP. Special thanks to StreetCornerBecky for giving me that command. That's a pretty awesome command. I've always done it through the Twitch interface, and that takes for frickin' ever. I have to search it down and all this other crap, and it never works right, so. YouTube watch, okay. Durian versus Stormstorm. Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah, so theirs isn't fermented. Theirs is just dried. Theirs is just dried. And so yeah, but oh, it's very pungent. I've never tasted it, so I couldn't tell you what it tastes like. But knowing that they like sour, it's probably pretty sour. So maybe they call it dried, but I wonder, maybe it is pickled. I don't know. But we were able to get it in America at a Chinese market. They had it frozen. And so then she'd have to thaw it. And then after she thawed it, she would then fry it, and I made her fry it outside because it stunk up the whole house. I mean, it soaked into our pillows, into our bed sheets, into the clothes, even the clothes she would wear when she cooked. She would change her clothes because she's like, yeah, my clothes smell. And I'm like, yeah, it's because you're making that crap. And so, but yeah. Appreciate you, USA. Appreciate you being here. USA for the win. Appreciate you being here. So, yeah, Eve is what's kind of got me on the map. So that's what I've been kind of streaming for a while now. So, though I'm trying to get back to my variety streamer roots and start streaming other stuff. So, though I haven't got to it yet. I just moved from America to the Philippines. My wife and I just retired. And we moved from America to the Philippines, and so I'm trying to get back into everything. So, of course, I just disconnected, so now I don't know which systems I've already scanned. But what else is new? Let's just jump over here and find out.
Drive active.
Yeah, we've been here in the Philippines now. I think we're in our 3rd week. Working. I think tomorrow night will be the start of our 4th week, and so we haven't been here a month yet. But I got back to streaming and retired from my company of 25 years and retired early because we're moving to the Philippines where it's much, much cheaper to live. We're going to live on a fraction of what we lived on before. So it's worked out pretty good. We're pretty excited. My wife's pretty excited to be home. She's been in America for the last 18 years. So we'll actually be married 18 years this month, May. So as of tomorrow, this month. Right now it's April 30th for me. You guys are still probably some of you are probably still in the 29th. Because we're about 13 hours ahead of Central Standard Time. 12 hours ahead of East Coast. 14 hours ahead of the Mountain Time. And of course, if you're in California, then we're like a day and a half ahead of you. So. But yeah, we've been enjoying it. It's very hot here. That's been the hardest thing I think for me to get used to. But we do have air conditioning, and we're running it pretty much 24/7, which is one of the reasons I'm anxious to see the electric bill when it comes today. Because we have been running the air conditioner 24/7. So I'll just stick to pizza or pasta bologna. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the dried fish, and she loves it. Just loves it. Just loves it. See, here in the Philippines, it's very common for you to have what they call a dirty kitchen, which is an outside kitchen. And that's where you usually do all your cooking because it's so hot. You don't want to cook in the house. It makes it hotter in the house, especially if you have air conditioning. Now, we don't have air conditioning in the kitchen. We only have air conditioning upstairs in the bedroom and my office where I'm sitting now. And so, but even then, it's still usually use a lot of fans. And so if you cook in the house, it makes it a lot hotter. So they almost always cook outside. And so yeah, they have a dirty kitchen. And so it kind of makes sense from the dried fish perspective because then they don't worry as much about the smell. They just kind of deal with it, but because it's outside, and so it dissipates fairly rapidly. But when she used to make it at the house, in Kansas City, especially in the winter is when she always kind of craved it. I don't know why. And oh my Lord, I mean, like I said, our house would just reek. And I'm like, yeah, this isn't going to work. We're going to have to come up with something. So what we did is we actually bought a grill, and she would always have to cook it out on the grill. And so you're 1239 local. So I don't know what that means, JKT. I'm sorry. But yeah, they would. So I'd make her cook it out on the grill because it smelled so bad. And then we'd have all the cats in the neighborhood would be coming around. And so yeah, because the smell. Ugh. But she loved it. Just loved it. Still does. She's already had it, I think, twice since we've been here in a month. We haven't been here a month yet. We're just starting our 4th week, so. Time check local. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, it is 12:39 here. Yes. Sorry, JKT. Yes, it is 12:39 p.m. on the 30th here. Sorry about that. Yeah, that kind of makes sense now that I'm reading it the way you intended. Sorry about that. I just don't get how they came up with dried then fried. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I think it's the fish. Fish is a very common staple here. They catch it right out of the ocean, and it right on the table. And I think drying it was a common way in the old days to preserve it. And so I think that's what they did was kind of try and preserve it. But yeah, it really, really has has a whole different meaning. And like I said, that's how she's always cooked it. I've never seen anybody else cook it, so I don't know if that's just the way she does it or if that's the standard. I assume that's the standard. So yeah, yeah. And that's, I love fresh fish. I'm not a dried fish fan at all. And so, and like I said, I've never actually tried it. It's just the smell alone, I can't get past it. The other thing they use here a lot is squid sauce. And that sauce where they pretty much take all the bits of the fish that most people don't eat and they put it in a barrel and they let it ferment for a long time and then they turn it into a sauce and then they put it on just about everything. They put it in their cooking, they put it on their food while they're eating it, and it is very, very pungent. And so yeah, it's just kind of, and so she uses that a lot. And so that was one that always got me. Was I was kind of like, yeah, she would put it on her food and then she'd come and sit next to me and I'd be like, yeah, I can't eat my food now because that stinks so bad. She's like, all right, I'll go in the other room. I'm like, no, don't go in the other room. I'll go in the other room because you've already stunk up this room. But yeah. Yeah. So yes, fish. I love fish. Not a fan of the, like I said, I haven't actually tried the dried fish, so I probably should give it a try. But just the smell alone, I can't get past. But that was where her friend said, she had a friend where we first lived that said, you know, the worse it smells, the better it tastes. And she was kind of making a sexual reference. And they, of course, all laughed about it, blah, blah, blah. And I was kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of the same way there. Yeah, if it smells bad, I ain't getting anywhere near it. Yeah. But yeah, it was kind of funny because she was like, yeah, the worse it smells, the better it tastes. I'm like, yeah, I don't know that I agree with that. I don't know. I don't know what you're going to sell me on that one. But yeah, so the fish sauce, they actually make the fish sauce here. It's one of the Filipino things that they create. And so yeah. And so, but yeah, it's very pungent and she loves it. So I can make a mean trout with tomato, lemon, and black pepper on the barbecue grill, aluminum foil. Yep, yep. And that's what I remember. I remember catching fish fresh out of the lake, filleting them up, cooking them on a fire with aluminum foil, and just that was the best ever. But, and here, that's the other thing. When they eat fish, they eat fish. They eat the whole fish. Eyeballs, tail, bones, everything. Nothing goes to waste. And I'm just like, you know, and that's what I said to her. I said, yeah, that's not. We were always taught that, you know, don't eat the fish bones. They'll get caught in your throat and you'll choke to death. She's like, I've been chewing up fish bones since I was, 3 years old. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do it. I appreciate that you have. I'm not going to do it. But yeah, it was kind of funny.
Warp drive active.
Hearing this all makes me want to move there just to open a proper English pub with fish and chips. There you go. Yeah, it's kind of weird because they have some American restaurants, like they have Chili's, they have TGI Fridays, they have Texas Roadhouse in some of the bigger cities, things of that nature. Of course, they have McDonald's, but the menu's different. The menu at McDonald's is different. It's not an American menu. It's chicken and rice and burger steak and things like that. Magical Geek, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. And so, yeah, so it's one of those where it's kind of that they do it their way. But yeah, it's definitely a different culture. So it's huge, like I said, sour and smelly. The smellier, the better. And the more sour, the better. So one of the fruits that they grow here that's very regular is it's like a really large lime. So in America, the limes were always like super small. Here, they have super large limes, and they'll use the whole thing when they're cooking. And then they have something else called a calamansi, and it's like a lime and a hot pepper kind of combined. And so it's kind of like a spicy sour. And I'm just like, yeah, that's never going to work for me. And so, but she loves them. And that's why I told her, I said, you can have as many of those as you want. That's not going to bother me at all. Just don't ask me to eat it. And like I said, some of it she cooks in the food. And when she cooks it in, I don't quite notice it as much. It gives it quite a tang, which is fine. Like they've got a dish here called sinigang, which is a really sour soup. She loves it, just loves it. And I can bear it, but what I do is I actually put it over rice, and I let the rice absorb the liquid, which is the sour part, and that kind of takes the edge off for me. But it was funny. She used to make me dishes, Filipino dishes in America, but she would make them differently for me. And so then we'd go to a party, and I said, "Oh, it's tinola," and I'm like, "Oh, I love tinola," and she's like, "No, you don't love that tinola," and I'm like, "What do you mean I don't love that tinola?" And she said, "I make it different for you. It's not this is real tinola. You're not gonna like this." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that sucks." And she's like, "No, I make it special for you because you don't have the same taste as we have." And I said, "Yeah, but then that means you're missing out." And she's like, "Yeah, I can miss out. That's not a problem." Yeah, it was always funny because it was like she would always sacrifice for me, which is pretty cool. So, but yeah, I think they do have some people who try to do that and open up kind of an authentic restaurant. And I don't know how well it goes over because, like I said, they pretty much like what they like, and that's usually how it works. So you might have to put like a Filipino flair on it and make some of the dishes more sour or whatever. But yeah, but it might work. Never know. Sometimes it's nice to have a difference. But I think that's one of the reasons she's so happy to be home is because she's getting kind of the food that she's been missing for the last 18 years. So yeah, she can't. I brought her over to America as a fiance. I came here to the Philippines in 2006. And met her for the first time in person. We had talked for about a year and a half prior to that online with webcams and chatting, and then I came over to meet her and used that as the basis for me filing the petition to bring her to the United States. And so, sorry, ads are on, so I'll continue after the ads for any of you that aren't subscribed. But yeah. All right, let's go to this one. Not finding any more sayings. So. Well, you splash a little malt vinegar and fresh salt fried fish and chips. There you go. Now, I think they would love that. It was funny. We used to go to Chinese buffet place, and she would always ask them for vinegar because they want to dip the shrimp in vinegar and eat them. And I'm like, why would you do that? I mean, shrimp's delicious. I love shrimp. And she's like, yeah, we dip it in vinegar. And I'm like, why would you do that? And I guess it's just to make it more sour. And so, yeah, so that's how they eat their vinegar. So, yeah, so that would probably work for them, Dark Slider. That would probably work. But, yeah, they're sour and stinky is kind of the way they go. So, I prefer lemon or lime juice instead of vinegar. Yep. And they use a lot of lime here. Like I said, they use a lot of vinegar. But like I said, the limes that they grow here are like the size of an orange in America, like huge. And I'm like, because she said, "Oh, that's a lime," and I'm like, "That's not a lime. Limes are small." And she said, "No, not here. Our limes are very large." And then the things that they have that are about the size of the limes we have in America are what they call the calamansi, and that's the small ones, and they're super potent. And some of them actually just drink the calamansi juice, which I was like, yeah, I don't think I could do that. So. But yeah, the limes, like I said, are about the size of an orange in America here. And that's how they grow them. And I don't know if it's because it's a tropical place and they let them grow longer and so they get bigger. I don't know what the reasoning is there, but yeah, they do grow very large here, and they love it that way because they prefer them that way, so they can use more. But like I said, a lot of them don't even use the limes. They go straight to the calamansi, which is about the size of a lime in America, but much, much, much more potent. Like I said, it's got like a spiciness to it as well. It's more like a combination of a lime and a hot pepper. So, but yeah, haddock or cod, yeah. But yeah, don't get a whole lot of haddock or cod here. Most of the stuff they get is right out of the ocean, and so I don't know. Maybe I don't know if those are ocean fish or not, or if they're lake fish or stream fish. But don't get a lot of trout here. They do a lot of tilapia, which they farm here. So there's a lot of tilapia farms, and then they do a lot of crap. There's another one that they actually grow. They have fish farms that they grow them, and so salmon is considered a delicacy here. They don't get a whole lot of salmon. But my wife, that's one of the things she really became a big fan of in America was salmon because it was so readily available because she had never had salmon before. And so that's one she's actually said she kind of misses from America. She wishes we had more salmon available. And I said, well, I'm sure we probably do at some of the American restaurants. We just have to visit some of those. So, but yeah, grilled tilapia, yeah. They do a lot of tilapia. They grow tilapia. And then, like I said, there's another one that I can't think of that is a really big here that they grow here as well, that they have fish farms for it. It'll come to me. They love sardines. My wife became a huge fan of sardines in America. She didn't realize, I guess they had never had sardines here. I don't know if it's because they were expensive, what, but she really became a big fan of sardines in America, which we talked about this before on stream, any canned meat, as far as I'm concerned, is the bottom of the food list, okay? I'll eat canned meat when we're in the third year of societal breakdown and I'm just trying to keep the zombies from eating me alive. That's when I'll eat the canned meat, you know. Spam, they love spam. Spam is one of their favorites. In fact, we usually give spam as a Christmas gift to all her family, and you would think we were giving them a kidney. They were like, they love it. Just love it. And I'm just like, yeah, they can have all the spam we can put in a box because I'm not a canned meat fan. And then she discovered, for me, the only good use for sardines is making Caesar dressing. Yeah, she also discovered canned corned beef and canned something else, which she just loves. And it was fine. It was funny. What's the name? There's a discount grocery store that we have near Aldi's. I don't know if you guys have Aldi's, but it's a discount grocery store. And they had all kinds of canned meats, the canned corned beef and canned something else. And she actually bought like a ton of those cans before we came and sent them in the box. So yeah, spam is I can eat spam because she makes it on occasion. She likes spam, but it's not one of my favorites. So I mean, it's like hot dogs. I can eat hot dogs, but hot dogs are all the scrap meat from the meat plant. They put it in the hot dogs, kind of like fish sticks. Fish sticks is all the scrap meat from the fish plant. And so, yeah, that's what ends up in the fish sticks. And the hot dogs are the same way. All the scrap meat from the meat plant ends up in the hot dog. It's not, very rarely is it any kind of one meat. It's usually a combination of all kinds of stuff. And so, yeah, hot dogs, they serve a purpose. They're kind of quick and easy, and I like them. I like them with baked beans. I'll put them in baked beans and do the beanie weenies, and I love that. But yeah, it was one of those. It's not an everyday thing. It's just kind of. But yeah, and so yeah, the spam's the same way when she makes spam. So canned beef gravy. Yeah, see, I don't know if she got any of that, but she did the canned corned beef, which I was like, corned beef is a big Irish thing, and so the corned beef and cabbage is a big Irish thing, and it was funny because I had never heard of canned corned beef, and she found canned corned beef, and she was like, "Oh, this is delicious," and I'm like, my whole theory on canned meat is kind of like, yeah, canned meat is what we're gonna eat when society's been broken down for many years and we don't have anything left. That's what the canned meat is for, and so, in my opinion. And unfortunately, she doesn't share that opinion because she's like, "Oh no, this is delicious," and I'm like, "Yeah, we'll just have to agree to disagree on that one." So, canned beef or canned pork and gravy. Yep, yeah. I can't remember what the other one is. I'll have to go down and look. But yeah, the canned corned beef was a big one she bought, and she also bought. There's another canned meat that she bought. It was the spam, of course. We get the spam from Costco, and we used to get it pretty on sale, and so we got a lot of spam. Like I said, we sent spam as a Christmas gift, and they loved it. Just loved it. I mean, they you would have thought we were giving them a kidney. They were so good. So, but but yeah, and so we would send that every year for Christmas. Several cases of it, give to the family, and yeah, and they were just ecstatic. And so, but yeah, it's been funny because the now that we're here, she's like, no, no, no. That's what I said. We're gonna give that to the family, right? And she's like, oh no, that's for us. And I'm like, so we're actually gonna eat it? So I was like, okay, I guess, I'm gonna eat whatever you tell me to eat. So, but yeah, I was like, eh. But yeah, we've had spam in America several times. She'll make spam with eggs or spam with other stuff, and so. But yeah, it's kind of one of those. It's like my opinion of the canned meat is like that's the last thing we'll eat when society's already broken down and they're not making any regular food anymore, and of course that'll never happen here because everybody grows their own chickens and they're very self-sufficient here, and so which is kind of nice to be in a society like that. That, oof, man, where it kind of make sure they're all taken care of. See if we can hang on and find this thing. There it is. This is just a regular site, so this isn't going to gross me much, and I think it's a level 1, so let's go to this one. Well, if you grill it with some pineapple and peppers and onion, spam can be good. Just got to get fancy with it. Yeah, and she doesn't normally get too fancy with it. Like I said, she'll make it with eggs. Yeah, so unlock this one. I forgot to unlock. But maybe a teriyaki glaze. See, I could get around. I could like the teriyaki glaze. I'm a huge teriyaki fan, so. But yeah. I'm going to have to go down there and look and see what that other canned meat is because that's bugging me. Canned corned beef and canned something else. But for the life of me, I cannot remember what the other one is. There it is. $13.3. But yeah, I can't. Like I said, I wish I could remember what it is. I'm gonna have to go look. Canned corned beef. I'm not a huge corned beef fan to begin with. But yeah, and then canned corned beef is like, if I'm gonna have corned beef, I think it's canned liver. Because that's another one. I'm not a huge liver fan. I think I told you guys this one. But my dad was a huge liver fan. And so when my parents first got divorced, I ended up with my mom, who was, yeah, let's just say not a good mom. And so we'll leave it at that. And after a while, I had told her that she wasn't a good mom. I was 10, and she threw me out. And so my fantastic father graced me with his presence several months later after I had lived with my grandmother for a while. And when him and I came to live together, that was just like oil and water because we were just identical and just did not work out well. And so, but anyway, one of the things that he would always do is he loved liver. And he couldn't believe that I didn't love liver. Because he's like, oh, well, you have to love liver because you're my son. And I'm like, no, I don't. And so he would make liver over and over and over again in different ways to try and make it that eventually I would like it. And I was like, okay, that's not working. And so one day at school, I was probably 11 or 12, and one day at school we had learned about reverse psychology. And so we had probably had liver, I don't know, 10, 15 times. He had made it all kinds of different ways. And each time I had to struggle through it because it was just horrible. Kind of like the durian thing. Not as bad because liver, it's meat. I could at least get through it. But it's something to this day that I can't stand. And so finally, on this day, I had learned about reverse psychology. And so I ate this liver and I just sucked it down. And I said to him, I said, Dad, I don't know what you did, but that was delicious. I mean, I completely understand what you're saying. I love liver now. And he never made liver again, ever, my entire life. Now, this is when I was 12. And so it was almost like he was just torturing me to torture me. And so I kind of came to the conclusion at that point that the reverse psychology thing really did work. But yeah, it was what I remember, like it was yesterday. I remember struggling through that liver, just like, okay, don't make a face. In order to sell this, you're really going to have to sell it. And I guess I did because he never, ever made liver again. I mean, and we, like I said, we hadn't been together but maybe, 2 years at that point, and he had made liver, 10 or 15 times because he was just adamant that I had to like liver because he liked liver. And I'm like, okay, first of all, that's just stupid. Okay, but besides that, it's just, why would you torture your child like this? And so, but that was my dad. He was a unique individual. We'll leave it at that. So he has passed. My biological mother has passed, and my stepmother, who I called my mother for the last 40 years, has passed as well. So, which was one of the reasons it was easy for me to retire to the Philippines. Everybody says, how can you just pick up and move to another country? And it's like, I have 2 kids, but both of them are self-sufficient, semi-self-sufficient. You guys have heard the story about my son, but my daughter is very self-sufficient. My son is living with his mother, my first wife, and he's semi-self-sufficient, but hopefully he'll come to his senses here one of these days. But he's still, he's got a job, he's making a living. I can't complain. he's a productive member of society, which is all I was required. But yeah, it's funny because everybody's like, how could you leave your kids? How could you leave your, your parents, your siblings? I have 8 brothers and sisters, and leaving them was not a problem at all. It was definitely harder to leave my kids than it was to leave my siblings. I talk to my siblings every once in a blue moon. Talk to them when, of course, when my parents passed. Can't really say we've talked a whole lot since then, but yeah, there it is. And they're all good people. They just have their own lives, and that's just the way things work. So, 14 million is what we're up to. So, but yeah, from that perspective, it's but that's what people always ask me. How could you move away from your kids? And I'm like, my kids have their own life. I'm probably actually, and I've mentioned this before, I'm probably going to talk to my kids more now than I did when I lived. I lived probably 20 miles from my son and barely talked to him. Every time I would call, he would have a reason to be busy with something, but he's got his own life, I understand. And my daughter actually lives in New Mexico, so she actually kind of moved on with her life, and so good for her. Like I said, she's made a good life for herself. So I'm proud of her. I'm proud of both of them. More proud of my daughter. Like I said, my son lives with his mother, and that's a whole different issue. I've talked about that before. I'm not going to get into it again today. So, but yeah, the several issues around that. But yeah, the my ex-wife, and so, which is one of the reasons she's my ex-wife. But yeah, what was I gonna say? So yeah, people always ask me, how could you move away and leave your kids? Wasn't a problem for my kids, wasn't a problem for me. It's like, they got their own lives, and hopefully they'll come visit me. So, which is something I've always wanted for them, to give them a more cultural, outlook on things. Both of my kids are in the younger generation entitled mode. so I think having them see how the rest of the world lives would probably be an eye-opening experience. So, and then of course I have a granddaughter. She'll be 15 in August. So people are like, how'd you move away from your granddaughter? I'm like, she's with my daughter in New Mexico, so I really didn't get to see her very much. Like I said, it's a good bet. I may see her more now that I'm here than I did when I was in America. So, but yeah. I raised my kids to be productive members of society, and they've got their own life, and I understand completely. So I wish them the best, and if they ever need me, I'm here. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure when my ex-wife dies, whenever that is, my son will probably be moving here to the Philippines with us because he is. He has a job and he is somewhat capable, but his mother pretty much does everything for him. Right now, she drives him to work. He doesn't have a driver's license. He's 27. She drives him to work, and pretty sure she ties his shoes. So yeah. So probably when she passes, I'll move him to the Philippines and get him married off to a Filipina and get him straightened out as quickly as I can, because she's at the expense of her son's life. She has tried to use him as a surrogate husband, and so yeah, so she made a deal with him when he was 18 that she'd pay all his bills if he didn't leave her. And he took her. He agreed, and he doesn't seem to have any regrets of that so far, even though we've talked about it a couple times, because she's done some pretty substantial things. But it's funny, she is paying all his bills, but I'm pretty sure she's using his bank account to pay all his bills. So So not quite what was envisioned in that deal, but you know, yeah, what is it? There's you need a license to catch a fish, you need a license to drive a car, but they'll let anybody be a mom or a dad, and so no requirements at all, and so yeah, she you can see why she's my ex-wife. So, but yeah, she's a unique individual. So, but yeah, I wish him the best. Like I said, he's a good kid, and so he's never grown up because he's never had to grow up, and I think his mom doesn't want him to grow up. He's the baby of the family, and so she prefers it that way, and she prefers the control that she has. So, which I was of a different parenting style, was make them productive members of society so they can survive on their own in case something was ever to happen to me, heaven forbid. And she believes in a different different ideal. So
Warp drive active.
she doesn't want to grow old alone, which I told her she probably shouldn't have been such a crappy wife. But you know, I was her second husband, second husband. Yeah, she had been divorced before me, so which I should have saw, but yeah, it was hindsight's always 2020. So we got married because she got pregnant with my daughter, and so yeah, so that's the way things work sometimes. And holy mackerel, that's a lot of scan signatures.
Warp drive active.
All right. So let's scan these guys down and see if we get lucky. This is the 09 system, so I don't think we're going to get lucky. Even if we find one, I'm sure somebody will already be on it. So my little brother was in a somewhat similar situation, never really grew up and learned to take care of himself properly, but he's also schizophrenic, can't hold down a job. Yep. And that makes it hard. That makes it really hard. And so in those cases, you kind of understand. In the case of my son, his is just that, you know, his mom doesn't really want him to grow up. And I'm like, you know, that's a crime. Should be a crime. But because she doesn't want to be alone, so she wants to hang on to him. And I'm like, you know, that's kind of ridiculous. All right. So we actually got this relic site. Wow. Is that a relic training? What's a relic training site? I don't know what that is. Relic training site. It is a 09 system, which I usually try to avoid. It looks like this might be a noob system. So, but yeah. And my son, you know, in his defense, you know, I'm kind of surprised he hasn't come to his senses as to, okay, this isn't working out for me, you know, type of thing. But you know, he's kind of living the dream. You know, he doesn't have any responsibilities. He doesn't drive a car. He's deathly afraid of driving, which I can't blame him. You know, driving is still the number one way, the most. The way that most people die, you know, and so you're in a new bro system. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So yeah, so I must have wandered into one of those. But yeah, so from his perspective, you know, I understand because you know driving is still the number one way people die in America. You know, I think it's higher. The people that get killed by car in car accidents is higher than all the others combined. And so I kind of understand, you know, it's like, okay, that makes sense. But it really doesn't make sense that you wouldn't not do it. You know, you want your freedom, if nothing else. And he's like, yeah, it's just easier to let her drive. And I'm like, well, of course it's easier to let her drive. It's easier to let her do everything. But that doesn't make it better. So yeah, I'm gonna get away from this new system. That's not gonna help me out. But yeah, Relic training site, new player start zones where they learn air stuff. Yep, that's what it looks like. So yeah, I'm gonna jump over here to one of these others, so because I'm not gonna find anything I want here. So, but that's why you learn to be a good driver so you can protect yourself. Exactly, you know, and that's what I said. I said, you know, I've had accidents. I think I've had 2, maybe 3 accidents in my life, and you know, none of them were fatal. You know, I think only one of them was my fault. I said, but you know, that's why you learn to be a good driver, and you know, drive defensively. You know,
Warp drive.
because that makes all the difference. And so, but yeah, but his is the exact opposite. It's like, okay, I'm afraid of it, so don't do it. And it's like you can't. And that's one of the things I've tried to teach him is you can't not do something because you're afraid. You just need to do it better or learn about it to overcome your fear. And so. It's like bravery is not the lack of fear. Bravery is doing something in, you know, even though you are fearful. And so, but yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't want to be brave, Dad. I'm like, okay. But yeah, it was just that was this thing. So, and yeah, when his mom made him that deal, I was like, surely he's not going to fall for this. And he did. He didn't fall for it. He was like, well, that's awesome. And I'm like, yeah, well, she's not paying all your bills out of her account. She's paying all your bills out of your account. He says, yeah, but I don't have to pay them. And I'm like, you're still paying them. It's your money. He's like, I don't care. I'm like, I mean, she put a roof on her house with his bank account. And I'm like, excuse me? She says, well, I don't charge him rent. So I'm like, then figure out what the rent should be. Charge him rent. Or whatever count months you count him as living there, and you take that amount. I guarantee it'll be less than the cost of a roof. He's like, well, I didn't want to do that. So she just paid for the roof out of his account. And that's what I said. I said, he doesn't even know how to check his bank account. I said, how much is in your bank account? I don't know. Mom has access to all that. I said, well, there may not be anything in it if your mom has access to it. He said, I don't care. I don't need money as long as she pays my bills. What's the matter? I'm like, one day you're going to want some money. I said, what happens when your mom is gone? Oh, she's never going to be gone. Don't say that. His name's Patrick. I said, Patrick, your mother's 8 years older than me, and I'm going to be gone sometime. I said, so it's a good bet she's going to be gone before me, okay? And I've made plans for when I'm gone. So I said, this is something you need to work out. You need to have a plan. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. So yeah, so that it worries me, but I've let him make his own decisions, so as well as his own mistakes. So, you know, different parenting style from some of you, I'm sure, but that's kind of the way I went. So, but yeah, he's a funny one. And his sister, my daughter, is the older one. So he's 27. He'll be 27, I think, in August. Yeah, he'll be 27 in August. She's 26 now. She just turned 32 2 weeks, a little over a week ago, on the 20th of April. Hitler's birthday. It was also Easter this year, but she was adamant to point out to me that it was Hitler's birthday, so that made her a bad person. I said, no. I said, I'm sure if you look back far enough, I share a birthday with somebody that was bad. That doesn't make me a bad person. I said, in fact, I share a birthday with Martin Luther King. I said, that doesn't make me a religious, leader that guides people. I said, just because you're born on the same day as somebody doesn't make anything. I said, you can be whatever you want to be. So I say, if you think like that, then you're automatically going to be bad because you're just automatically assuming it's going to end up that way and you're not trying to do anything different. That's silly. So, but yeah, my daughter's a lot more like me. My son's a lot more like his mother. And so, but my daughter wasn't surprised when he took the deal. I was very surprised when he took the deal. I thought I had raised him better than that, but Then again, I think back over the last several years, if my parents had made me a deal like that when I was 18, I might have taken it until the first time I fell in love. And then that would have been the end of that. And that's never happened with him yet, so nobody can live up to his expectations of what a woman should be. His ideal woman is his mother. And I'm like, that's going to be a bad situation. That's just going to be a bad situation. But like I said, once she's gone, I'll probably get him married off to a Filipina and get it covered. So, because they don't put up with that crap. So, but yeah, my current wife has been pretty upset about it because she's like she can't believe everything that's happened there. And though she doesn't fault my ex-wife for it, which is where I'm a little pissed off. Because it's definitely, as far as I'm concerned, it's my ex-wife taking advantage of my son's inexperience. Crap. All right, so let's approach. So there's only three nodes here, so this isn't going to fix my screw up on the other one. So we got to get this one. Let me save the location. We've got to get this one. And then we'll see what we can do. So, but yeah, he's a good kid. I love him. I'm proud of him for different reasons. Not quite proud of him for falling for his mom's lunacy, but like I said, in his defense, if my parents had offered a similar deal, I might have taken him up on it. I doubt it. My father's philosophy was much different. And then when you turn 18, you're getting out of my house. He said, I don't care if you go to jail, if you go to hell, or if you go in the service. Either way, you're getting out of my house. And none of us, he didn't have to fight any of us to leave. We all left prior to turning 18. So he was, I say he was a hard man, but that's probably being a little too harsh. So he wasn't a horrible father. I've heard of some horrible fathers, but he definitely was. He had a different philosophy on things. So I'm gonna warp out of here and then warp back. So looks like you're having better luck than me, not getting many event sites right now. Yeah, I've actually got quite a few. My problem is that I tend to screw up at least one node, and then that puts me in a bad cycle, and so that's kind of bad. But I'm gonna warp back to this one so I can get the entering site. Reckoning site, oh, there it is. And then I've got this industry one that I have not done yet. Alright. So, reckoning items sold. Oh, I gotta sell one? Oh, for crying out. So now it says I gotta sell one. I tell you. First I gotta get the blueprints, then I gotta get the ore, then I gotta get the blueprints, then I gotta manufacture it, now I gotta sell it? I don't wanna sell it. Looks like you can just sell it to yourself or an alt. Yeah. There's always some kind of catch, but yeah. Alright, come on. Oh my lord. Go that way. Come on, man. Jesus. Yeah, it's gonna be this one. Alright, cool. Alright, so let's claim this one. And then once again, we're gonna be on the back foot because we're gonna have only one here. But yeah. I think the idea behind that is since some people don't want to farm materials or blueprints, they would rather buy filaments, etc. Anyway, so let people get points for selling things in the bonus. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, CCP's always got a racket going somewhere, so. Sick. All right, actually worked. I thought I was going to fail. All right, what are we up to? 14.5, 15 million. All right, it's not, that wasn't that good. But, all right, let's go back to scanning. Go out here, get away from this. So people get points for selling things as a bonus. Yep, makes sense. So let's do control stop, unlock. Let's scan some more stuff. Oh, no, they're all scanned. Cool. I didn't realize that. Where's next? 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. Let's go to this guy. What time is it? Oh, we still got a couple minutes. I started a little late today, so. But yeah.
Warp drive active.
I'm more pissed at my ex for what she's done to my son than him accepting the deal, so she should know better. I thought I had her. I had actually said something to her here several years ago, I told her, you know, you're actually doing me a favor because you're making it so that he never grows up, he never learns to be self-sufficient. So he's going to have zero skills when you pass away. And, you know, and so I said, good help's hard to find in the Philippines, so I'll send him an airline ticket and ship him off to the Philippines and get him married off to Filipina and have him straightened out in no time. And she got this thoughtful look on her face like, you know, you might be right. And then she said, but what do I care? I'm dead. And I said, so you have no problem, you know, hampering your son's life for your own well-being? And she said, nope. And I said, well, I am so thankful we're divorced. Because no woman I could have been with would have ever said something that stupid in her life. Or so I would hope. Especially about her own child. She said, oh, he's not that bad. I said, really? He doesn't know how to drive. When you die, what's going to happen? Are you going to Uber everywhere? I don't think so. She said, oh, well, we're working on that. Working on that. Working on that. So it looks like one of these I had already done. Which is funny because it doesn't show up. Yeah, it shows up here as having two signatures. TOA and KYH. Yeah, it shows I already scanned down KYH. So this is a new one. So maybe we'll get lucky for our last signature. I think after this I'll start heading back to Eveonline. Combat site. I'm curious how far Eveonline is away. Ah, 4 jumps. Not a problem. Not a problem. So we'll scan systems on the way back. That way we buy some time. But yeah, like I said, my daughter is the exact opposite. I think she's been engaged 2 or 3 times and broke it off. She's engaged now, so twice, I think. If she's been engaged 3 times, she's broke it off twice. Ironically, it was right after she introduced him to me, which I thought was strange. But she's got a good head on her shoulders. She's not going to settle, so that's good, which I think is fantastic. What I think is fantastic. Fly to my planet, so we'll just do it here. Shouldn't take that long. But yeah, so at least she's got a good head on her shoulders. And my granddaughter's kind of a go-getter. Like I said, she'll be 15 in August, so my daughter decided it wasn't, high school wasn't hard enough, so she gave birth the first day of her senior year of high school, which I tell everybody is where most of the silver hair came from, but I think I had some of it prior to that. I'd like to blame it on her, but I don't think I can do that. I had a hard childhood, so probably, my mom threw me out when I was 10, so my biological mother. So That probably helped with the hair turning gray earlier than it probably should have, so. But. Ah, crap. I'm dropping frames. Nope, we're back. We're back. It recovered. We almost lost it. You guys still hear me? We dropped a lot of frames. But not enough for a disconnect, so that's good. I don't know if anybody's still listening to me. I think you guys are all lurking. Guys are all lurking. Oh, there's Millen. Thanks, Millen. Appreciate it. Good to know somebody's still there. Thanks, Dark Slider. All right, let's move on to the next one. It's just a wormhole.
Drive active.
Thanks, JKT. Appreciate it. Yeah, we dropped a lot of frames there, but I guess it wasn't enough to completely cut it out. Just came out of the shower. There you go. That's a Blossom thing. You gotta be careful with that stuff. You start making a name for yourself. We always tease Blossom about her shower time. We always tease her about her shower time. All right, nothing here, so let's go on to the next one.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, I have two beautiful kids. I'm proud of them both for different reasons. So I told my son he at least had to have a career, so he's got that done. So it's a little after 7:30 a.m. there. Wow. So I'm only, what, 4, 5, 6 hours ahead of you then. Yeah, 6 hours ahead of you. So. Oh, there's one. So I forget, Millen, and I apologize. Are you in Italy or Germany? Maybe Germany. Belgium. Okay. So pretty close to Germany, I think, right? I got my world map here. Germany, Italy, Poland, Czech Republic. This has Czech Republic on it. So this is an old map. Netherlands, Belgium. Yep, right next to Germany. Yep. Looks like you bordered Germany. Germany and the Netherlands. That's pretty cool. I love that my viewership is all over the map. I think that's fantastic. So, I live in Flanders in the province of Limburg, only 30-minute drive from Aachen. Cool, cool. A relic site. Get out of Dodge. Get out of Dodge. What's the chance? What's the chance that I come across another one right before I log off? What's the chance? That's pretty good luck. That's pretty good luck. That's pretty good luck. I don't know. This one's a lot tougher than the usual reckoning site, so this might be a regular relic site. Probably a level 4. Nope, it is a reckoning site. I'll be damned. Let's give her a try.
Warp drive active.
Only 2 people in system. What's a chance he's in the reckoning site? I do monthly shopping in Germany since they have pretty good food that cannot be found in Belgium. Excellent. I remember you were talking about Belgian and we were mentioning Belgian waffles yesterday, so I got a craving for Belgian waffles now, so. Roach. Lock. Reload. Yep, I remember now. Sorry, I forgot. But yeah, I love that my viewership is all over the map. I think that's awesome. Probably because of the time zone. In fact, that I've been all over the map. That probably helped. All right. You. Cool beans. Claim. Loot. Alright. Stack. Alright, so let's do this. Oh, where'd it go? So let's... I can't save it. Why can't I save it? Huh, that sucks. It won't let me save the waypoint now. Well, that sucks. There's nothing else here. Nope. Crap. Alright, well, I'll just go ahead and finish these off, I guess. Damn it. I wanted to exit and come back, but... the site disappeared, so... Yeah, it won't let me save them. I don't know why. There's a way. How does it that you make a point exactly where you're at right now? Control something? Control W? Nope, that's not it. Control L? Nope. Control B. Control B. Control B. There you go. Alright, so let's warp out. And then warp back. Thank you. Control B.
Active.
Yep, Control B worked. And I'll turn around and come back. Oh, hey. All right. Yep.
Warp drive active.
Yep, that's it. Control B. It worked. Thank you, guys. I really need to jot that down somewhere. I had a nickel for every time I wanted to use that. Control B for bond. All right. Excellent. Well, that was weird. Yeah, I need some more. Crap. Yeah, these are all gonna be. There it is. I got it. That was super close. That was super close. Seems like I picked up a lag since last shutter. Yeah, Control B for bookmark. Make it. That makes sense. Bookmark. I should have thought of that. I was thinking W for waypoint or L for something else. Can't remember what L was. But yeah, bookmark makes sense. That'll help. All right, now we kind of backed ourselves into a corner. Backfired. Damn it. Yeah, we're not going to get out of this one. Fudge. There it is. All right, try again. Going the opposite way. There it is. Alright. 16-4. That's not bad. Not bad for a night's work. Alright. Shove off from here. Let's go this way. Ooh, 2 more signatures. Oh, what the heck? Let's scan these bad boys down. Maybe we'll get lucky again. Maybe we'll get lucky again. Oh, crap. That was smart. That was super smart. Splash coffee all over. Oh. Why is it not putting a circle around it like it normally does? It's weird. Ooh, both relic sites. Get out of Dodge. Get out of Dodge. Yeah, it's not putting the circles around them like it normally does. See if I can scan this down. Yeah, sorry, JKT. I'm not sure why you picked up lag. That's a reckoning site. Hopeful this is a reckoning site too, but we'll find out. Level 3. Oof. All right, both reckoning sites. Excellent. All right, that's a level 3. That's a level 3. They're both level 3s. Okay, so let's say save. Commit. Warp to 0. All right.
Warp drive active.
Let's see. 2 more relic sites. Good golly. You guys are getting a bonus. Abigail's still sleeping. Hope she's okay. She's sleeping a lot. All right, nobody here. And it's got 4 sites. It's got 4 nodes. So excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We'll hack the first one, and then we'll come back in for the second. I just realized I haven't found any covert sites yet either. Terrible RNG night, yeah. I've actually done very well tonight, so maybe they're just in my area rather than yours tonight. I don't know. Because I have done very well. My problem is hacking them. I think I've only failed like 1 or 2 nodes, but still, it was 1 or 2 key nodes. One or two key nodes. Holy cow. You guys are killing me. Nope. Come on. Yeah. Sake. Oh, man. Yeah, we're done. It's gonna blow up. Come on, go. Yeah. I just hate missing them. Really bugs me. Come on. All right. You guys are killing me. Damn it. For Christ's sake. Alright, we got it. Jesus. They're killing me. These seem like a lot harder than what I'm used to. Oh wait, no, we gotta leave.
Warp drive active.
Maybe because they're level 3s, maybe that's it.
Warp drive active.
Man, we bounced off a lot. Can they all be ones? Can't all be ones. Alright. 17.4. Try it with the ligature or xeno, but you only get one tool slot. I just realized I haven't found any conversation. Ligature or xeno, you only get one tool slot on the bottom, but a bit more virus strength. Oh, okay. Ligature or zeugma. Okay. I don't know what those are. JKT. I definitely need a better relic hack. I bounced off a ways there. I want that one. That. Okay. There it is. Kind of narrowed it down to which two it was between. $132 million. Well, that was a big jump. I think that was well worth it right there.
Warp drive active.
All right, this one's only got 3. So I'll use 1 to... Yeah, so I'll be... Oh, there you go. Ligature integrated inline. I was like, oh, okay. I have a blueprint for one of those. Excellent. I will check that out. Thank you for that. Excellent. 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 Oops, turn it off. Shit. I'm going to overshoot it now. Bounce way off. Come on back. Come on back. Uh-oh, what's going on there? Well, I still got plenty of bandwidth. Holy cow. There it is. Excellent. Yeah, I got that ligature integrated right there, so. All right, so let's close you, claim the reward. We're gonna go back to this guy. And come back. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I will definitely check those out. I got them both in here, so. I have one of them that I can actually build. Crap. Which one is it? Still on there? Nope, it's gone. Well, I guess we'll have to figure it out. Let's try this one.
Warp drive active.
There it is. That was the right one. Excellent. All right. We'll coast in here now. I don't usually do too many of these level 3s, but good to be prepared when you need it. Excellent. It's gonna be this one, I think. There it is. $134 million. That's not bad. I gotta figure out what the thing is that I got that jumped it up that last one. Actually, I'm hoping that there's another one that has that. So level 3 seem to be more ligatures weaker. The compounders and alphas can use it. Now I'm running into a bunch of other expo sites. About to call it a night. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get off here as well. I'm way over. Wife's not around, so it's not a big deal. So, but yeah. Okay, close it, unlock. This is the one we want. So, approach. All right. Take that. I'll take that. All right. Yeah, I don't think that's it. Okay. Now, shit. Maybe it is this one. There it is. All right. All right, 134 million in loot. What is the expensive one? Stack. Nope. Here it is, 114 million. Phalanx Armor Booster 3. 114 million. That was it. All right. Ironically, though, I think there's another site out here. I'm going to go ahead and scan it down since this is, I think this is the fourth one that I've come across here. Well, if it turns out to be a relic site. I've had 3 others here just on my way home. There was one, and then after I cleared that one, there were 2 more signatures. I scanned those down. They were both level 3 relic sites. And then after I did those 2 level 3s, this one showed up. So we'll see if we can figure this out. Data site. Data site. Well, I may as well complete the data site since it's the last one. See what level it is. Those combo analyzers need hacking 5 to use them. Okay. I think I have hacking 5. I'm pretty sure. But thanks for that. Appreciate it. Level 2. Level 2 data site. Might as well take care of it. Yeah, so if we look here, requirements. Yep, I got hacking 5. So. All right. Let's see if we can get some good stuff from this one. But yeah, thanks for that, JKT. Anything that helps me scan down some of those harder ones is awesome. Appreciate it. Make me fail less. That's always good. I hate failing. Oop, it's a relic site. Or a data site, sorry. Oh, there it is. I love that. 7.3 million. I'll take it. $7.3 million. Not bad. Unlock. There it is. Only 1,500. Not really a good one there, but that's okay. Want me to get a ligature for that Astero? No, I appreciate it. I have one here I think I can build, so I'll just probably build it, but thank you. I still have to pick up the Astero as well, so I don't have it on me, so. I'm in Ufine, and I think it's all the way in Jita, so. There it is. All right, cool, cool, cool. Level 2, jury rigging. That was a waste. Alright. Alright, no more signatures. Oh, it's still there. There it goes. I was gonna say. Alright. Alright, let's get home.
Warp drive active.
Alright, let's see who we're gonna raid. Wonder who's still on. Zero, Anarchos is still on. XD is playing with Ghosty and Cyber Nomad. Those guys got a bunch of people. Let's do 0. Let's give 0 some lovin'. Actually, a Narcos is probably going to raid him, so... Ooh, 2 more signatures here. Oh, of course it is. I'm just in a scanning mood, so I'm going to scan these down since I'm here. I think one of them is a wormhole. I think I scanned it down earlier, but actually, I bet you if I raid a Narcos when he cuts out, he's probably going to raid 0. So I'll just raid 0 directly. Give him some loving directly. A little bit better for him. Sounds good. 0 is always chill. Yep. Yeah, so this one's a wormhole. That's what I thought. I can't remember if the other one was a wormhole or not. But yeah, I probably disconnected. So that's why I don't remember these. So, because this is where I started way back when. Bingo bongo. Oh, one of them just disappeared. But yeah, we'll raid 0. Another wormhole. Yeah, so really no reason to analyze this one down because I'm going to log off, which means it won't be here when I get back. So perfect. All right. Let's dock.
Warp drive active.
And appreciate you guys watching. Thanks for being here. Sorry for the disconnects. I will set a limit on the stream to hopefully keep it from disconnecting as much. Honestly, I think it disconnected less than it did yesterday. I had a lot more disconnects yesterday, though they were spread out over the stream. Today, I only had them in 2 distinct groups. So... But yeah, thanks for watching, and let me get this raid set up for 0.
Docking request accepted.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. There is an H in it. I thought it didn't have an H. So yeah. All right, so if we look here in the Helios, it says 142 million worth of loot. Excellent. So stack all. Select all. Item hanger. Bingo bongo. There we go. Not a bad night. Not a bad night at all. So... And actually, if we look here at the event, we're at 560. Sunesis, I've already got. Mad Eclipse. All right, we're going to get to the 100 Plex here in a bit. And then the Praxis, which I've already got, but that's all right. So yeah, so this will be awesome. So appreciate you guys. Thanks again for watching. And I will be back on tomorrow night. Tomorrow night for you, tomorrow morning for me. And I will see you then. So have a great night, great rest of your day, great night, whatever it is for you guys. and I will talk to you later. Thanks again, and enjoy Zero. I'll talk to you then. Bye.